spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Juja MP George Koimburi wrote to the Milimani law courts on Wednesday, requesting the arrest warrant against him lifted hours after the court issued the warrant. Principal Magistrate Ben Mark Ihupi issued the warrant after he failed to appear in court in a case where he's charged with conspiracy to defeat justice. The warrant also applies to Koimburi's two accused who failed to appear in court on Wednesday. 5 other accused persons, including Nyaini Ward MCA Grace Nduta and Juja CDF Chairperson Peter Kiratu, appeared in court and pleaded not guilty to the charges. They are alleged to have conspired to stage-manage Koimburi's abduction in May to prevent his arrest and arraignment in a land fraud case. In his letter to the court through his lawyers, Koimburi requested that the hearing be postponed to today. The government will review the 6 to 6 curfew imposed in Kainuk, Turkana, that has been in place for the past 3 years to curb insecurity in the county. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen made the announcement on Wednesday in Lodwar, where he held a closed-door security meeting under the Jukwaa la Usalama initiative. Murkomen said the review, which will see restrictions adjusted to 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., follows a return to relative calm in Turkana South and East. He further noted that cross-border banditry involving South Sudan, Uganda and Ethiopia remain major security threats.
Keyo Valley has always witnessed a serious problem of banditry, and Turkana is in a unique position where it is facing problems of banditry locally, but also facing it internationally, in the sense that the pastoral communities we border in South Sudan, in Uganda, in Ethiopia, also a challenge to the Turkana people. So we have international challenge and a local challenge.
The government has started the process of documenting Tanzanian women married to Kenyan men in Taita Taveta County as cross-border marriages increase in the county that borders Tanzania. County Commissioner Josephine Onunga said this is to ensure that foreign women married in the region are issued with national identity cards to participate in nation building. Meanwhile, the Pare community living in Taita sub-county has petitioned the government to register them as citizens of Kenya. The Pare community in Kenya is estimated to be about 15,000 people. Pathologists have requested 2 additional weeks to complete their analysis on the body of Julia Wangui, who allegedly sustained injuries while in police custody in Nanyuki, Laikipia County. Lead government pathologist Peter Ndegwa said preliminary findings were inconclusive. Ndegwa said further tests, including toxicology and histological analysis, are needed to determine the cause of death.
There is bleeding in the brain, which doesn't look traumatic, and we want to look at the brain in a more, manner, so that we can really see where the bleeding was coming from. We are not seeing direct injury to the head, therefore we are suspecting that the bleeding could be anything else apart from trauma to the head. And then we see the other organs, because there are quite some links with the other organs. The liver, the pancreas, the lungs, all those have some issues.
A family spokesperson said they were satisfied with the preliminary findings and urged relatives to remain patient until the final report is released. Former U.S. President Barack Obama made a surprise appearance on the IMO with Michelle Obama and her brother Craig Robinson podcast and video show, which aired on Wednesday. Addressing rumors that she and the former president were going through a divorce, Michelle said she's never thought about quitting the marriage.
It's so nice to have you both in the same room together.
I know, because there hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting my man. And we've had some really hard times. So we have had a lot of fun times, a lot of adventures, and I have become a better person because of the man I'm married to.
Okay, don't make me cry now. Right at the beginning of the show.
Isn't that sweet?
Don't let me start tearing up now.
Speculation that Michelle and Obama had split began earlier this year after the former First Lady did not join her husband at several high-profile events, including Donald Trump's inauguration and the funeral of former President Jimmy Carter. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo
to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning this Thursday. Let's take a look at what's happening on the roads as we get into it, shall we? On the Thika Superhighway, as you're coming into the city, there's just a little bit of that as you get towards the Pangani underpass. Before that, we're not seeing too much of anything go out of whack, not for now at least. Outer Ring looks good as you're getting into the city, and we're also seeing that Mombasa Road for now has no traffic. There's a build-up that we will see as you get towards Imara Daima at that junction and then out towards the city. Also, we're looking at some traffic that's then holding us up as we get towards the city coming in from Westlands. Apart from that, still early, still slim pickings. Let's see what happens as we get into Thursday proper. We'll talk and we'll keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very, very good morning to you. I could sing it, but I'll just say it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday you had a song. Did you remember?
Yeah.
The song? You were to sing for us.
Yeah. But
to serenade us.
I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what song it was, but you know what?
Yes.
There's another one.
Mm-hmm. Go.
There's this song done by Desiree, and she was talking about, basically eating life with a big spoon. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do, 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 do.
It's a very old song.
It is a very old song with very deep meanings, isn't it? So what does she say? She says, I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Yeah, there it is. I'm afraid of the dark, especially when I'm in the park and there's no one else around. Ooh, I get the shivers. I don't want to see a ghost. It's the sight that I fear most. I'd rather have a piece of toast. Watch the evening news. Life, oh life, oh life, oh life. Do 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 do. Oh life. Oh, life, oh, life, oh, life. Sometimes living out your dreams ain't as easy as it seems. You wanna fly around the world on a beautiful balloon. Life, oh life, oh life. I could go on and on. Yeah, I'm mixing up words.
So we can finish the show and we go.
Yeah. What else do you want, man? What else do you want?
Good morning.
Okay.
Morning. Beautiful way to start the show.
If I could just get the words right, that would be even greater, but okay.
But for it depends on the mood. There are times I hear you listening to reggae.
Yeah.
Like at 5, you're listening to reggae.
It depends on the message of the music.
Oh, the message.
Yes.
Okay, the message.
And reggae has some beautiful messages. It does, actually. Grumps, Morgan, you know.
Very old school, eh?
Yeah, kind of, I think. Muko salama lakini? You guys are making me shy. I don't like being the center of attention.
We are serenaded.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Lydiah, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Salama, how are you doing?
Salam sana. I like that outfit.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, nakaka mzuri sana.
Sandy sana.
I wish you could just remove your glasses so that I could.
Hey,
she just
guys, I'm here. Guys, I'm here.
If I remove my glasses, I won't see.
Welcome to the party. I
The
could
two of
see.
you have glasses on.
I could see straight into your naked eyes, though.
Where?
Just saying.
Oh,
See your
okay.
naked eyes.
There's a song like that too.
Yes.
Dennis.
Did I come to the right show? What's going on? What did I miss?
Dennis is confused.
Okay.
Good morning, David. How are you?
Let me sip my coffee. It's still early, oh.
16.
6:17 only.
It's only 6:17. Muko salama lakini?
Salama kabisa.
Getting into the show this morning, and then into Thursday. It's already Thursday. Just yesterday you were lamenting that it's Monday, the week is going slow. It's already Thursday, and here we are. And a number of stuff that we're going to talk about today, isn't it?
Yes.
We will start off the conversation today, if I can just get my technology. I think it's so interesting that technology in Kiswahili is technologia.
Yeah.
Abi?
Yeah, someone just picked it in the Arab nation and
And
it's a
said-
meme.
Yeah, and said we're not gonna struggle. We're not gonna struggle too much with this thing, boss.
Yeah.
So what is it? We move and keep it moving. It's Thursday, so it's Justice Thursday. Accountability in Kenya, legal path to justice. The 49th president of the Law Society of Kenya was Nelson Havi. He joins us at 7, and we'll be having a conversation around this accountability. We talked just yesterday, I believe, with Senator Veronica Maina, and we said, you know what? Come on, we're looking at the justice process doesn't just start in court. There's a whole long line of things that are supposed to happen.
Yes.
When you get it's the security for agencies, it's the police, it's the independent oversight authority, it's everybody in that process. Before you actually get to court, there's the DCI, there's the ODPP. Before you actually get to court, there are many things that happen in that chain. And ending up in court is that certain people should have done their due diligence. And so we'll be talking about some of those things. But then also, why does it take so long for the judicial process to begin? So let's look into that with Nelson Havi at 7. Ekwe Ethuro, you know who he is? Lydiah got a shovel and she dug him out of where he's been hiding. Lydiah, well done. He is the chairperson of HELB. You know what HELB is? What does HELB stand for?
Higher Education Loans Board.
Very good. He is going to come to talk to us about the problems at the helm of HELB.
And there are many.
There are many. I don't know if an hour is going to be enough. What's the way forward essentially is what we're going to be looking at. It's been a while since we had that conversation, or rather that it's come out into the open in terms of what is really happening. And so he joins us at 8 a.m. And then at 9 a.m., Wangui Kanairo, Christine Mongai. Do you know them? They are alumna of the Alliance Girls High School, and one is an advocate, her name is Wangui. The other is a journalist, her name is Christine Mongai. Christine Mongai is the journalist who she works with The Continent and also did a story with Africa Uncensored about the years of abuse that they faced as current and former girls of the school. It's going to be in their own words at 9 a.m. and we'll talk with them and we'll just open up this conversation a little bit more and find out in their own words what they're saying. So that happens at 9 o'clock today. Seems like it's a Justice Thursday through and through in all the things that we'll be discussing today. So Karibu, and thank you for joining us already, even as you do. All right. So you took us to Nigeria. We're still there.
Yes.
Kai, I want to go to Nigeria, man. But anyway.
You miss home, huh?
I really do. I think I'm homesick.
Okay. Now let me tell you about the movies that come out of Nigeria. Nollywood, you know, it is huge. It is huge. Now we talk about Nollywood. It emerged in the early 1990s with the release of Living in Bondage in 1992, a low-budget film that became a major hit. You know it.
Who doesn't know Living? Even if it was done when I was not alive.
Yeah.
That was the what?
Living in Bondage was the first Hollywood, Nollywood movie.
My first Nollywood movie to watch was Osofia in London.
Osofia in London.
That was the first one.
Yeah.
One of the most hilarious
he's actually
movies from Nollywood.
Yeah. Then we have the gentleman who was Pastor Ken. The guy who used to, you know,
those
the pastor. Yeah. Him.
His story was so sad.
His story was sad, yeah. You know, then there was The Angel, I remember. That made me cry, man. That made me cry, the way those kids just died on the
movies were really good.
Yeah.
Those first movies were really, really good until they started bringing out witchcraft over. Where somebody would pop out of a bottle.
Groundnut shell,
and then, you know, flashlights. It messed everything up.
Like now there's somebody standing next to you, just that you don't know.
You don't know.
I'm joking.
But are those stories real? Like,
look at him.
Yeah.
You could be singing.
Yeah. Like the stories of Baba and witchcraft in Nigeria just...
Look,
does the movies depict
very rarely will you find a movie done anywhere that doesn't have an element of, you know, what the culture is in certain parts. What movies do is that they take it to a higher level and they, you know, they it's given an element of hyperbole, so they just blow it up. But look, it exists. And like I said, there's somebody standing behind you, just that you don't know. Even here in Kenya, it exists.
Shindwe.
You know, a friend of mine told me the moment you land in Lagos, you take an Uber, any taxi.
Yeah.
Witchcraft greets you at the airport.
Okay, that one. You see now, you should be a movie maker.
So somebody's at the back and there's something dangling.
Okay, that one is not true.
It's not true.
No, that one is not true.
So let's go to the proverb, right? So the proverb, if the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. How would you interpret that?
This one's from Nigeria. If the hyena
betrays the bush,
it
has nowhere to hide.
My interpretation is the bush is a very, very good cover for the hyena, and especially when it's preying on another animal, or sometimes when it's eating a carcass, they will try and go hide and camouflage with the bush. So the bush then represents its protective cover, its camouflage, its hiding place. So if there is no hiding place, then the hyena is exposed to attacks, exposed to other predators, you know, and so it signifies why it's important to always understand your environment, understand your cover, and
take care of it.
I imagine that the place that gives you cover or shelter is the place that you call home, and that there are other people that you know, and to an extent it gives you some level of comfort. So in any situation whereby you're faced with the option of betrayal of that home or of those people or of that place that you are sheltered or comforted, you may lose it. And where will you go to seek shelter later? I guess protecting that which is yours.
So it's pretty much more of don't destroy your home or your roots, because one day you might just
need them.
I'll just give you an example of you know, like our relatives who are in the States and whatnot cut communication with people back home because US is home. Then all of a sudden Trump happens, and what happens to immigrants? You have to go back home. So what happens if you had been there for 30 years and you have to come back to Kenya and you never talked to anyone?
Oh, burning bridges.
Burning bridges, exactly.
Yeah. it happens at workplaces, relationships.
Yep.
You burn your bridge, and then one day
you walk into that office.
You walk into that office. You meet the same person who.
Thank you.
Like they say, what goes around
comes around.
Yes,
and comes around properly.
Yes.
Okay. That's a good one, definitely. I'd love to hear what folks have to say about that as we get into the day. All right, let's say hello to everybody. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And karibu to our audience on KTN this morning as we get into things. Good morning, great one, says King Dave wa Muigai. Good morning to you, King Dave. Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Spice family. Cyprian Kambuni is in this morning from Dayton in Minnesota. And Peter Kiarie says, good morning. Never measure your life by possessions. Measure it by the hearts you touched, the smiles you created, and the love you shared. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Peter. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. James Kamau is greeting the Situation Room and says, getting you loud and clear here in Forney, Texas. We continue praying for our country. General Isa Mathenge says, good morning. Diani Ukunda tukundani ndani kabisa. Nyandi Chukunzira says, na hii mabo utaona tu dunia. Exactly. Good morning to everybody, people of the soil. Bernardito says, good morning from Doha. Aseto Okari Ndu, have a nice day, Princess Ndu.
Oh, thank you, Princess.
Make it
have
right.
a good one.
Thanks. Monica Oile says, good morning. Good morning, trio mismatching. Mismatching from Ottawa. Why are you mismatching? Dennis Dianga says, good morning, Spice family. Keep up a good job. Thank you so much. Kenya is a wonder, but we are in it. Indeed. It's your shelter. Isaac Ndorito says, good morning from Luxembourg. Our church bishops have come to believe money than the word of God. Joe Mungai says, good morning from Bonnie Lake in Washington. Hi, cousins. If Ruto must go, then we must not substitute him with another one. Okay. Manpi is greeting us from Austin in Texas, and Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Patrick Mutinda, good morning from Spice FM. Abuto Kamala says, good morning, D&D. Between religion and man, which comes first? Well, I mean, if it depends which religion you subscribe to and what was there, what's said to have been there. If it's the religion that I subscribe to, it says in the beginning the word was God and God. So it depends on you. I think the clergy yesterday at State House was making a deliberate choice devoid of the opportunity cost and constitutionalism. Abuto Kamlas, we see you. Isa Kalia says, Isa, you need to show us a picture of yourself. My therapist told me to accept and move on. Hooked on you guys. Have an uplifting Thursday. Thank you so much. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning. Ndu Dennis and Dennis from Portland, Oregon. Robinson Hisero says, good morning. The president should tell the church that the state and the church are two different entities. Sawa. Michael Olande says, hello, Ndu Dennis and Dennis. Good morning to you. Rogers Nyange is tuning in as well from Voin, Taita. Erica War says, good morning, guys. And Kisa Daniel is here. Mutovia Thiaka is tuned in this morning. And Francis Kenyanjui says, good morning, Spice. John Gishoke, good morning, Dennis 1 and 2, or 1 and A, or 2 and B. Which one do you want? Kavoy Felix says, good morning. You said you're waiting for the show, John. We are here, bro. Brange Juma says, good morning. How are you all this blessed Thursday? We're doing all right. Dr. Venvik is saying, good morning from Tudor in Mombasa. And Tibbs Muga says, good morning, Spice FM team. Trump experiencing the Streisand effect is hilarious. I know. It was quite something. Jack Kabila says, good morning. Always a pleasure tuning into the Situation Room. Thank you. Thank you. Dennis Usingi hapo kwa kuimba. What? Fiery Red, good morning. Agola, good morning. Thank you, my sister. You guys, I said I'm going to do this thing. I said,
You keep saying though.
I keep saying.
What thing?
Know, me and this procrastination. May God deliver me from the spirit of procrastination.
Tomorrow, today.
I said that night I was going to sing in the night and record it and put it somewhere. Did I do it? No. Maybe today's the day. You never know. Good morning, Ndu Okari and Aseto, tuning in from Tudor. When are we recording the cover of that song? Yawa. Ooh-wee. Okay, today. Today I'll do something and I'll come and play it for you guys tomorrow. If I don't, chase me from here. What?
You know, good thing is today we have cameras around, no? I'll put you to task.
Okay, Samuel Kiyama says, good morning. Is that your favorite song? Now tomorrow I'll sing it properly. Mtuflani says, good morning, D&D. It's Aseto Appreciation Day. Ndu telling me he's a brilliant young king. Aseto, you're a brilliant young king.
Thank you, Ndu.
It's not me who said it, but I do agree. I'm just okay. Yeah. Mtuflani, Dennis has said thank you.
Thank you, Mtuflani.
Harun Hakil says good morning. He said you cannot relate to the song because it was done in the 80s. On your Alfred says, where is City Muga? We want him back. I know, guys. It's been, a long time and that he's not been here. So, it looks like we are in a place where he's not with us right now. And we'll then be able to share conclusively in good time what exactly is happening. But right now, he's not here with us. But keep that in your hearts. Sawa sawa. Kenyan, good morning. Alan Otieno says, good morning. One-legged people of Kenya. Kimathi Nkrumah Makonnen says, good morning. Habaria Spice family. Ubuntu na umoja. Indeed. You guys need to invite Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Lydia is on it like white on rice. Cindy Lydia. Exactly. She's working on it. Don't worry. Inviting all SpiceFM listeners to the Beyond Sight Symphony of Sounds concert in Eugenia Park. Where is Eugenia Park? In Thika. Oh, okay. Ivan Omondi, good morning. Press J, a hyena is a coward. Okay. Anthony Odiambo, I see that as just that, it's 6 a.m. and families are watching. I can't...
it's too early for violence.
Too early, yeah. Stanley Ngasha says, good morning from Juja Farm. Sir Brian Motego says, good morning. Greg O'Dara, good day, mates. Richard O'Dara is also here. Evelyn Jerry, good morning. Ndu, Aseto, Okari, Raniar, and Lydiah. Tuko pamoja virtually connected. I know that Evelyn. She's somewhere. The little engine that could me. Yeah. Patrick Kungu says, good morning. Jakawere is tuning from Edmonton. And Kurisami says, good morning. Tuning in today from Tito and Day. Everybody in the room this morning. Let's get into those conversations like we must. You guys, I promise, I've put 2 hands up. When you put 2 hands up, I will do that. I will sing tonight and I will post it and I will bring the evidence.
Nice. Without glasses. Without glasses.
How will I see what I'm reading?
You know the lyrics?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll do it today. Today, I promise I'll do it. So you guys are encouraging me. You never know what could come of this.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Putting you to task tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. Oh. Looking into the headlines, aren't we? What's wrong with me? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, this morning, executives lapdog. Born out of the 2007-2008 bloodshed to curb hate-fueled violence, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission now faces accusations of selective justice. As President William Ruto's allies fan ethnic tensions, the commission is seen as barking at dissenters, but muting itself when power peddles hate. Observers say it's no longer just asleep on the wheel. It may be complicit. Who's at the helm of the NCIC? The NCIC was established following the bloodshed of the 2007-2008 post-election violence. The deaths and extensive damage to property were caused by hate messages spread by politicians, pitting one community against the next. Danvas Makori, Commissioner; Dorcas Kedego, Commissioner; Abdulaziz Farah, Commissioner; Harrison Karaoke, Commission Secretary; Sam Kone, Commissioner; Philip Okundi, Commissioner; Waboi Nyutu, Vice Chairperson; and of course, that is Dr. Sam, who is the commission chairman. So the questions are being asked: why bark? Or how about a bark with no bite? How officials swindled 2.2 billion shillings from Students' Health Scheme. Sorry. Don't you think there's a special place in hell? Especially for the most vulnerable, when you take something from them, they're chewing it, they are going to swallow towards nutrition, then you remove it from their mouth. There's a special place for there where the fire is hot, then there's the place where they keep adding fire, and then they say this one is reserved for some people. Because what on earth are we talking about? A special audit has exposed how ineligible learners benefited from the government's Edu-Afia medical cover, and officials made suspect remittances amounting to 2.2 billion shillings in the defunct NHIF. And you wonder why things won't go right. It is there. HIV prevention jab set for rollout next year as key groups hail relief. Wow, it's a good thing. Masai Mara bags world record for wildlife migration. We know this is the season of the wildebeest migration. When you watch it on TV, you think the migration is like a one-day thing. See, it's a river they're crossing. They just cross and then they move. No, it's days and days and days on end. And it just keeps happening and happening and happening. So that's interesting. Kongs, there is Narok Governor Patrick Olentutu Kenya off track on hunger goals, not able to feed its people, not just yet at least. As politicians beat the drums of war, the NCIC appears muzzled. They're being called toothless. And they are actually now saying the reason why they can't do this, according to this next headline, is because there's a funding shortfall. If they had money, they would be biting and not just barking. That's the problem. Nipe? Nipe, sir. Court frees Rigathi allies and 35 others on bond in protests case. That was in court yesterday. People have been in and out of court doing the thing. Senate to decide on Thika city status dream. Thika wants to be a city.
Yeah.
Can you not drive through Thika in a day? But anyway, walk through Thika in a day, I meant. MP summoned Kanja as row pitting police and the commission mounts, as though he doesn't have enough problems on his plate. But okay, come and let us hear what it is that you have to say. Sawa. That's what it looks like around the headlines of the Standard. Will I look at the sports pages? Yes, I will very quickly. Many things happening. Nyayo finally handed over to Locke as 2024 Chan nears kickoff. Locke, in case you're wondering, is the local organizing committee for the African Nations Championship. So they're saying we are ready. I don't know, man, but okay. It's sour.
Tuko tayari.
All right.
Yeah. Let's go to the Daily Nation. By-elections test for Ruto, Raila and Gachagua. The stage is set for supremacy contest pitting Kenya's political bigwigs, President Ruto and ODM Chief Odinga on one side against former DP Gachagua and the united opposition on the other. In upcoming mini-polls for 22 electoral positions whose outcomes could trigger shifts and new alliances ahead of the 2027 general elections. One would remember as we approach 2022, there were by-elections that were held and it was difficult for Uhuru Kenyatta, then the president, to maintain those seats. And will we see a repeat of the same? Only time will tell. Now, why Kenyans are paying more for fuel? The state opts not to tap fuel subsidy, leading to highest price hike in 2 years. And we also have equity heist, bank blocked from raising cost of 83 million shillings loan for its sacked internal audit boss. You go further and we have a story where Health Ministry takes over probe in Mombasa, mystery illness deaths, and contempt case against Ousted Nairobi Hospital chair will be taking place today. And we also have the mini polls bigwigs that is expected to take place. That is on pages 4 and 5. And the audit reveals 2.3 billion shillings loss in Edu Afya student medical cover. Lakini inchi tu, we, unachoka kila siku. And Kanja blocking our access to payroll for audit. That is the National Police Service Commission has called on members of Parliament to summon Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to explain alleged failure to release the payroll for audit purposes. One would ask the question, why would he not want the payroll to be held by the National Police Service Commission? Wanaficha nini Okari? Mpekuzi.
You know.
You know. Yeah, what do you have on the Star?
Well, the Star newspaper. Main headline, ODM starts to 2027 plan as Raila weighs options. That story is on page 4 and page 5. So there's an inner circle split. Some want him to support Ruto. Some want him to go it solo. And they're urging him to back. So there's a group that's urging William Ruto, urging Raila to back William Ruto's re-election, while others are pushing for a direct challenge. We talked about risasi yangapi?
6.
Yeah.
But si atano alisema risasi imebaki moja. Ama alikuwa na reserve kwa tank.
No, kuna moja ilibaki kwa magazine. All right. On the second page, a human rights watchdog wants the government to expedite post-mortem exercises on the bodies of those killed during recent protests and waive hospital bills for the injured. You know, the untold story is how much families are now being forced to pay for these things. We get numbed by the numbers, and because the numbers are scattered all over the country, you can't even follow track of what's going on. So there are families that are still waiting for post-mortem.
God in heaven.
Yes. And We go inside the pages. Gathongo denied access to NHIF e-claim system. So the Auditor General, Nancy Gathongo, has exposed a 22.5 billion discrepancy in payments made by the National Health Insurance Fund, reigniting concerns over financial mismanagement at the state insurer. So the latest findings, detailed in the audit report for the financial year ending 30th June 2024, reveal systemic flaws ranging from irregular payments to duplicated records. There are shock figures in there, and that's the reason why they don't want her to have access. And there was another story of somebody doesn't want to release the payroll.
Yeah. Hey, God.
This country is a whole series.
I'm telling you.
There's a song.
Uh-huh.
Kenya yangu, Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu. Yeah, Kenya is a country full of wonders.
So
why somebody is blatantly telling you we're not going to give you access?
Yeah.
No,
it's not because we are busy on a Tuesday, and it's not because we can't find the key. It's because, my sister, what is inside that place? Should you see it, we might not be outside tomorrow.
And
Good Lord.
And this is the Auditor General.
Yeah.
Imagine.
You're telling the Auditor General, no,
I'm not giving you.
No. Hii pesa wachana na maneno. So the auditor says access to critical system logs was restricted, a recurring theme in audits of mega systems operated by state agencies.
Yeah.
So, wamekataa kufungua server.
Thank you.
Atufungui server. So it emerged that the e-claim system at the fund was outsourced, and the system administrators had restricted access to the files. Remember the story of the servers are in France?
Yeah.
And we can't get access to the servers because of password issues.
Yeah.
And they're operated by, the whole thing is outsourced. And so the system administrators are in another country.
Yeah.
Same story
Jose
here.
Camargo.
Yes. So without full access, auditors cannot then confirm whether claims were legitimately processed or manipulated, a gap that has been exploited by fraudsters in the state agencies. Guys, we have thugs running these agencies.
Yes, true.
These are robbers.
How do you deny the Auditor General access to information she needs for her to do her job?
Because you're a thief.
Exactly.
That's what a robber will do.
Yeah. And hide the evidence.
Iba kimbia na kifunguo.
Except for those guys who stole in town and left the IDs outside for to come and find. Except for those guys.
Yeah.
But there were many.
Yeah, there were many.
Yeah.
They all stole, and then they just happened to put the IDs outside the shop.
Let's leave our
Let's
IDs.
leave our IDs behind to show that we came and are the ones who... Those are the only guys who would leave a trail.
Yeah.
But these guys for Nancy Kadongo, they've set up an...
No, but you know, we don't also own the servers, so we can always outsource. And you see the master IT guy lives somewhere outside the country. Yeah. And maybe, you know, also we have time difference. So maybe by the time you're calling,
and
he's
it's
sleeping.
summer, and it's actually summer right now in Europe.
Yes.
So, you know, you've added an hour. It's 2 hours behind Nairobi.
And then because it's summer, it's the only time they get to enjoy the sun. So they are outside enjoying,
It's
getting the suntan and whatnot. So,
you know, I wonder whether Nancy sleeps. How does she sleep at night with these horrors? You know, you deal with numbers and human beings to an extent where if I'm reading this today, and each time we are reading these figures, you feel like you're having a headache. I'm wondering what Nancy Gadongo is going through. All the time going to Parliament, you're supposed to present a report, and then you can't have access to these audits. The reforms that the Auditor General had suggested, none of them have been implemented. So this is basically allowing irregularities to persist and even grow, even with billions in public funds at stake. Now, what do you even do? How do you even do your job? So you are hired to basically give proposals on how to stop the leakages. But when you burn the midnight oil coming up with those proposals, this is the best way to, tighten these taps. Nobody is even paying attention. Nobody even cares.
Ulikuja na nini? Proposal? Gani? Rudi nayo kupenye umetoka nayo.
Moving on swiftly. Why Ruto's promise of 1,000 dams remains a pipe dream. So,
Oh, yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
1,000 dams.
Alice Wahome was the CS Water at that time when that promise was made.
Yes.
She's since been moved to land. So maybe, it's because if she had been retained at the water ministry, perhaps it would have happened.
Actually, Ruto had promised 100 mega dams.
100 mega dams. I
These
remember
mega
that.
dams, yes. And 1,000 small dams. So, President William Ruto's ambitious promise to deliver 1,000 dams across the country is increasingly appearing unattainable amid revelations that not a single one has been completed.
Damn it.
In what could fuel public frustration over yet another unfulfilled campaign promise, Water CS Eric Muga has confirmed the implementation of the projects has faced major hurdles, chief among them financial constraints. So appearing before the Senate plenary on Wednesday, he disclosed that many of the planned dam projects were to be executed through public-private partnerships. However, Muga admitted that the water sector has failed to attract the anticipated level of private investment. So, the CS said, although a number of dam projects are currently under construction, none of the large-scale dams have reached completion.
You know what? Oh, sorry, please finish the story.
So, he says, we are, however, compiling a list of smaller dams. So, when was this thing? When was this thing announced? This was actually a pledge in 2022 during the election campaign. Yeah. Correct?
Yeah.
So now we are, however, now 2025, compiling a list of smaller dams that are at various water stages of progress. So they're trying to come up with a list now. His government promised to increase land under irrigation. Let me just even stop.
You know what will happen? Very many small dams, put them together is one mega dam. So why are you shocked?
No, you know what needs to happen? Just don't tell anybody what you're going to do. Just shut up. Because then when you do something, people can be like, oh, wow, you see,
God.
it's actually happening. Yeah. Don't say anything. Just keep quiet. Don't say I'm going to because this is now where you go. Imagine, and it's just connecting us now to this Edu Afia story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's on page 8 of the Standard. If you want to go into that, it's along the things that Nancy Kadongo has not been able to find, 2.2 billion. Now, if you take 2.2 billion, you add it to the 3.7 billion that Nemis now chemist is not able to find. How much do you have? Like 5.9 billion, almost 6 billion, Abby. You see, we are funding education already with missing funds. Audit reveals 2 billion shillings, 2 billion, boss. Okay, let's just take 2 billion and put it into context, okay? If you have 100,000, count 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, you've not reached a million. 500,000, 600,000, 7, 8, 9, that's when you get to a million.
Yeah.
Now you're at a million,
A million.
Let's not even start counting 2 million, 3 million, because we'll be here until 7 p.m. So 100 million, if you can fathom it in your mind, 100 million shillings. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million, 700 million, 800 million, 900 million. Now we are at a billion. We have not reached to.
Yeah.
Kiniko, when they say 1 billion, then you have to do. How do you get? I don't even know. How do you get from 1 billion? How do you get from 1.1 billion?
You know, 1.1 billion.
1.2 billion.
1 billion.
And 100 million. So 1 billion plus 100 million.
Yeah.
Then now we go to another 200 million, 300 million, 400. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? This money, this one is the money that has been not found, or rather it has gone to those who were ineligible and that could have actually gone to those who needed it.
Yeah.
Now, the money that they were sent to schools and students that didn't exist, that also came out of this audit report. You see that one, we have not even reached 2 billion. Now that one would have, and now reached 2 billion, would have started counting again. 2 billion, 100 million. We reach 3 billion. Then
Start
3 billion,
again.
we start again. 3 billion plus 100 million.
To 5 billion.
My liver wants to cut a beg. Now, this audit has revealed that this money was there. It's not that it wasn't there. But what happened is that they gave it to people who didn't really need it. So now you're wondering, these people who really didn't need it, did they use it for that, or did the money go towards something else? That's the question here. And I actually do agree with you. I think Nancy Gathongo is somehow in a state of depression sometimes when she looks at this thing. We understand that it is the office of the Auditor General, so it's not Nancy Gathongo who is every day crunching the numbers, but she's got a team with her. She comes and gives the reports, but of course they go through this. When she looks at these things and it's time for reporting, I wonder, and I think we're trying to get her to come into the room and just tell us how she does it every day. You see the position of the country here, or any country for that matter. You see the position where they're saying we don't have money, we can't pay health workers, we can't pay capitation, we can't finish this road because we don't have money. And then in the reports where she's auditing the nation, because remember, she's the number one accounting officer for the country.
Yes.
Now, when she sees all this money leaving, in 2 days, she has told us that 5.7 billion shillings didn't go for what it's supposed to go for. 2 days. She told us yesterday and the day before, 5.7. By the time, because we are in June, this is mid-year reporting that she's doing. But it's not even for this year. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It's not for this year. It's 2020 to 2024. God in heaven knows what is between 2024 and today.
Yes.
So isn't it depressing that you say these problems that people are saying they are facing, and I'm seeing this money is just passing. Surely we can do better. Surely.
You know, if you're to look at the waste, waste through corruption, Kenya will be so far.
I'm telling you,
in terms of infrastructure, health, education. We can't even finish the scandals within this sector. I mean, to put it into context, if you're looking at to understand this EduAFE program, so the government paid 16.46 billion in premiums to NHIF. That's what the government did, okay? 16.46. But only 14.17 billion was necessary. So the excess is 2.29 billion. There is nothing like excess. This money was budgeted for. You know budgeted corruption?
Yeah.
This money was budgeted for 2.29 billion. So the ineligible students that were covered here, because these are now the end users, 92,663 students in 320 secondary schools were wrongly included despite not qualifying. You listen to these figures. So 92,663 students in 320 secondary schools were added into this list wrongfully. 466 secondary schools received funding for 275,715 students who weren't ineligible. So the discrepancies between NHIF data and the ministry's NEMIS were not reconciled. The system was not working. It's not that there was a power blackout. It's not that the system didn't have an algorithm or a formula to get these numbers correct. No, these are systemic failures. So contracts here are being violated. There was no evidence of the ministry verifying medical services that were rendered. 35 medical facilities were listed without necessary documents or even physical structures. Remember yesterday when I said there are bookshops that are owned by who?
Thank you.
Yes. There are health facilities that are owned by who? I'm telling you this, if you try to connect the web of corruption, because how is it you have 320 secondary schools which are wrongfully included, these 92,000 students, then you have 35 medical facilities listed without documents. Come on, guys.
And then remember yesterday's
story that some of these students are not true.
Air schools.
Yes. So now you remember air schools. Remember what I was telling you, that now you think that the money went to an ineligible student.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, even that ineligible student is Casper.
Yeah.
They don't exist. So that money has gone to somebody's pocket. It's not going to ineligible students. Nancy Gathongo has to tell us that, because according to the integrity of the report, it has to have gone somewhere, but it's against the law because you can't give this funding to somebody who is ineligible. But from the same report which she gave to us yesterday, what have we been told? That those same students don't even exist.
The schools
They've been
don't
given
exist.
numbers. So you can imagine the line of forgery that has happened.
Thank you.
Somebody has been accorded a birth certificate, fake. Somebody has been given a number, fake. Somebody has been put in a school, fake. And then there's money that's going to somebody. Who do you think it's going to? Somebody's pockets have been lined properly. But then the painful thing in all of this, that we are reading these reports every day. Nancy Gathongo and her office are crunching the numbers. But
this is what she's only presenting.
This is the one
others
that she's
working on.
But the question is, will anybody be brought to book?
No.
Will anybody be mentioned? Senate committees, will they sit and start asking questions? Will there be prosecutorial proceedings that will take place hereafter? Will somebody be brought to book? Will that money have gone? The answer that I have is to the last question that I have asked. That money will be gone like the morning mist at noon, and nobody will be held to account. That's the sad part.
You see, money doesn't travel through thin air.
Somebody takes it.
It moves from an account to another account. Money moves from your wallet to your hands. The thing is, how do you account for facilities that charged 55 million for unclear services? So there is an invoice or there are receipts to track. So 55 million gets out of an account to health facilities whose services are unclear. So to Lifanya X-ray, to Kafanya...
Leave alone that Hakuna X-ray machine.
There's no X-ray machine in the first place. I mean, it sounds funny, but this thing is so serious.
No, you have to laugh, because if you start crying, you won't finish.
And then you see, the saddest part is this report is actually given to the National Assembly, and when it gets there, what are the recommendations? Deregister those schools. Don't trace where the money is coming from.
So this is money that is going out. Yes. Then the money that is retained, NHIF retained 115 million without clarity on what services were delivered.
Yeah.
Where do you even start with this? I'm just trying to put myself in Nancy Gathongo's shoes, and I'm thinking, you've got these documents, so it's very, very clear that government paid, all right? So you can trace money moved from this account to this account, okay? But now, when the money lands on this one account, wherever this money now is going to, you cannot trace. So money left, but you can't trace this money went to whose account. It's a bank here in Kenya. It's an account held here in Kenya. So, who registered these accounts? Do you know how ingenious it is to start to think you need to get so Dennis, you need to open a clinic. Ujeni ile unakuja unaambiwa, leta makaratasi, fungua ka clinic, sema uko na x-ray, uko na optical ya macho,
sema tu
nayo, tutakupatia hii form jaza, then tutaweka kwa system procurement, then wewe pesa ikiingia, wewe yako ni 1 million,
alafu utanipatia
hiyo ingine wewe wachana na hiyo maneno. So you have registered all these students with birth certificates, like you're saying, health facilities. Do you know the documentation you need to open a health facility?
Tell me about it.
All the documentations you need. So all these things are in a system that these people have qualified, and therefore students can go
and get medical care and attention. Remember, we are dealing with, this same Edu Afia, boss. Was it not closed?
It was.
Yes.
It was.
Exactly. So with all this, it was still closed at the end of the day. And then children, remember, a good friend of ours, he told us about his barber, who his young son was not able to get the cancer treatment that he needed because Edu Afia closed down. Through all of this, and then it closed. And we've stolen the thing already. You've stolen you basically stole the...
another thing that closed? NHIF. So you can't even start tracing it because now it is difficult to do it.
My chest is...
How 2.29 billion in excess premium remitted without detection? What do you mean without detection? How
is
without
it in
detection
excess?
By the correct people. You should ask without detection by whom?
2 billion.
What do we mean in excess? Because every time the amount of premium you're supposed to pay. So how is it in excess?
Do you know if a million leaves not even a million, a discrepancy of even 10,000 Kenyan shillings
leaves your account today, you won't know?
Yes, from an organization or from an account, it will not be flagged. Do you know what when you move more than $1 million from an account, already there's detection.
You need an explanation.
There's $1 million that has moved from this account. Now you move 2.2 billion from one account.
Start counting now, 2 billion. You won't finish by 10 with your fingers and writing it. You won't finish.
It's too much.
It's too much. Come on. And I'm saying, yes, people are asking, but the DCI should be investigating this. But do you see the way the law is worked? Is that Nancy Gathongo takes the revelations of this report, like you said, she hands it over to Parliament. You have public accounts committees. Remember, Edwin Sifuna told us that one of the problems that they have, and we're just going to go to the top of the hour with this, that one of the problems that they have is that by the time you're getting reports, you're doing audits for 4 years ago, and then you make recommendations, but then that recommendation goes and it sits on a desk somewhere and it starts to collect dust. How many recommendations have been made from 19 Kiridi and they have still not done the thing? I mean, which language will you speak for what? It's 7 o'clock.
$94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto on Wednesday doubled down on his decision to build a church at State House, Nairobi, where he met 500 bishops, pastors and evangelists. Ruto repeated claims that a Mabati structure has been serving as a chapel at State House. He dismissed widespread claims that his decision to build the church is unconstitutional.
Mimi naelewa ya kwamba hii sehemu ni sehemu ya serikali, lakini katiba ya Kenya, kipengele ya kwanza ya katiba ya Kenya inasema God of all creation. The Constitution of Kenya recognizes the place of the Almighty God in our nation, and there cannot be a greater sacrifice for me to make as president than to make sure that there is a befitting place for worship in this place. Na nyumba ya mabati jameni is not a befitting place. Hiyo mnasikia mabilioni sijui nini bilioni ngapi, hiyo ni lugha ya shetani ya kujaribu kuchochea na kuharibu.
Ruto went on to say that the opposition have no plan for the country's progress beyond their one-term politics.
Hiyo mtihani tutafanya 2027. Mimi niko tayari kwa hiyo mtihani. Yes. Mutakuja mniulize mambo ya uchumi, mtajibu. Mambo ya kilimo mtajionea wenyewe. Mambo ya SHA mtaniambia. Mambo ya affordable housing na mambo ya markets na mambo ya hostels na mambo ya ajira ya vijana mtaniambia. Na mtaniambia nani yako na mpango bora kuliko hii mimi niko naye. Hawa majamaa wengine hawawezi kuwaambia mambo ya uchumi because they don't know and they don't have a plan. Hawawezi kuwaambia mambo ya masomo ya watoto wetu because they don't know and they don't have a plan. Hawawezi kuwaambia chochote, watawaambia Ruto must go. One time, Kasongo.
The Ministry of Health has urged Kenyans to remain calm as it continues with its investigation into an unknown disease in Mombasa County that has killed 4 people. Health CS Aden Dwale said samples drawn from the bodies have been taken to the Kenya Medical Research Institute for further analysis. Health PS Mary Mudhoni said the ministry had deployed surveillance and rapid response teams on the ground to analyze the samples. He is Director General for Health, Dr. Patrick Amoth.
No cause for alarm now because some of the cases are reported to have had coexisting conditions and they have been in contact with the health facilities. So we are strongly of the opinion that there's nothing to worry about. Nobody in Mombasa is exhibiting any unusual symptoms and wananchi should stay easy until we come up with a report based on findings of the postmortem team.
There was drama at the Thika law courts on Wednesday, where 58 suspects arrested in connection to the recent Sabasaba protests were handed a hefty bail of 100,000 shillings each. The suspects were charged with robbery with violence for allegedly targeting John Okoh, the manager of a supermarket in Juja, where goods worth more than 8.7 million shillings were reportedly stolen during the protests. They were handed an alternative bond of 300,000 shillings. Unable to raise the money, some of their mothers threatened to undress in protest, maintaining that their children were innocent.
Dalalisheni maskini kabisa, hii kufikia direct. Dalalisheni maskini kabisa, lakini tulikuwa na watu kama Mobutu Sese Seko. Murkomen unaongea vibaya sana ukisema 50,000 ni kidogo. Mnaongea vibaya sana, lakini mjue hawa wenye mnafinyilia ndio walimchagua.
Hakuna mtu hapa akona pesa ya kutoa ati 100,000. Na ini mateso tu wanafanya na hawana hata evidence moja kuonyesha mtu yote wenye wamefunga amefanya.
Israel's military struck the Syrian Defense Ministry in Damascus and government forces in southern Syria on Wednesday as deadly sectarian fighting in the mostly Druze province of Suwaida continued for a fourth day. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said its forces were under quote, working to save our Druze brothers and to eliminate the regime's gangs. The Syrian Foreign Ministry accused Israel of treacherous aggression. More than 300 people are reported to have been killed in Suwaida since Sunday when clashes between Druze militias and Bedouin tribes erupted. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a look what's happening now. It is very busy coming in on the Thika Superhighway. Traffic this Thursday is busy going towards the Pangani Underpass, and then on Kiambu Road, busy as well. We're looking at it starting to get to bumper status on Limuru Road, and as you're coming out of Westlands Wayaki Way, over the hump, you'll get through towards the junction with Wangari Maathai Way. There is some traffic. It's in and outbound on Chiromo, by the way. Still Uhuru Highway, just in case you're wondering. Everybody calls it Chiromo, but it is Uhuru Highway, guys, all the way to just the tip there at Westlands. James Gishore is also piling up in and outbound. You cross over towards the Red Hill Link Road, which by the way will take you all the way through towards Gigiri, and then you get up onto Limuru Road, so that's looking good as well. On Ngong Road this morning, you're getting into the city without an issue. As you get to the intersection with Raila Odinga Way, there is some traffic there as well. It looks good on Mombasa Road. There are little inches here and there of a hold up, but I think for the most part we're okay. The Eastern Bypass starting to build up as you get towards North Airport Road at that junction. Outer Ring also busy, keeping an eye on everything. Let's talk and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. KTN is where you are tuned on television and on radio around the country, the region, and the world. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Good morning and welcome. Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you today. And as we get into a conversation, it is Justice Thursday. But before we get into that, let's connect. Shall we, Okari?
Oh, yes. And we all want fast internet. speeds, don't we? When you're at home, you're watching a movie on Netflix, you're on Facebook, you're on TikTok, you are watching us on YouTube this morning. Maybe you're driving to work and you have a buffering stream or you have lag on videos when you're playing video games. Safaricom has a good solution for you, and the solution is very simple. You need to just make that switch from 4G to 5G, and 5G is what everyone has been talking about. So how do you make that switch? Safaricom is going to give you a portable router, which is 2,999 Kenya shillings, and this gives you very fast speeds of up to 50 Mbps. And then the next question will be, where can I get it? Good question. You can get it from any Safaricom shop or visit masoko.com, or you can go to Quickmart and make your purchase from there, or with your phones, dial star 400 hash and just make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Fantastic. And they are connecting towards your wealth, aren't you?
Yes, and let's face it, that there's never been a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we are not just throwing around a tagline. We are talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Now, Standard Chartered Bank Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. Whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, their advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you worked hard to build something, trust and security becomes everything. You want a partner who's not just competent but consistent, someone who protects what matters and helps you to grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth is just about money. It's about the people, values, and futures behind it. Email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now.
Your time is now. And now is also the time where we get into a Justice Thursday conversation. He was the 49th president of the Law Society of Kenya and remains firmly in the positions around the law, definitely with matters justice. Nelson Havi is here with us this morning. Wakili, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good to have you in the room this morning. Karibu sana. You know how we do. Dennis will tell you which country he is in this morning. I must say I've been there a couple of times. And then we'd like to hear your interpretation of it.
So the country we're in today is Nigeria. Yeah, a country of a population of around 230 million people, over 250 ethnic groups. But let's talk about the three major ones. You know, so we have the Hausa, Fulani from the north, Yoruba from the southwest, and Igbo from southeast. One thing that the Ghanaians and Nigerians keep fighting about is jollof. Who has the best jollof? We've established Nigerians have the best jollof because what do they have? It is spicy. But let's go to the proverb of the day today. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. How would you interpret that, Okili?
Quite appropriate, because it's in the wilderness, the bushes that the hyena always hides so that it can sneak upon its prey. So in the absence of the bushes, the hyena has no habitat. Well, ideally, you need to be cautious of what you destroy, lest you lose your habitat.
Absolutely.
Well put.
That's it, for sure. I mean, it can be applied across board, really, can't it? And even as we have a conversation this morning, Wakili, around, accountability in Kenya. There's certain things that already are jumping out at us, and every day here, I mean, sometimes it does get overwhelming when we're reading the headlines, or we're investigating into stories, or we are talking about what's happening in the country. And some of these numbers jump out at you, and we ask ourselves the question, my goodness, when? And one of those was just yesterday when I thought to myself, when we had a conversation here with somebody, and I thought to myself, hang on a minute, if we look at the last year alone, and things that should have happened in terms of bringing people to book with information that is in the public eye, why does it take so long for investigations to be done? When we talk about the accountability in justice and what needs to happen, I want to we'll come to more recent events, but if we look at even just years gone by, where the evidence is all but knocking you down, but we choose not to do anything about it. Where are we going in terms of that race towards justice?
Well, we have now reached the epitome of the total collapse of the state, the Kenyan state. Our fear was that we'll have a bad executive, we'll have a bad legislature, but we'll never have a bad judiciary. We have a trinity of the bad. Nothing works. And see, the bastion of hope in any constitutional democracy is the judiciary. The other day, you saw me write to the president of the Court of Appeal about the delay in the determination of appeals before the Court of Appeal. It takes 5 years to be reached. In fact, yesterday, I was surprised to receive an email on an appeal I filed 6 years ago. I've already concluded the matter before the High Court. I'm surprised that I even filed an appeal 6 years ago. But where is the problem? There's a systemic, deliberate failure of institutions that are given the constitutional mandate to do their work. Look at what you've highlighted in the Standard, the executive lapdogs. Indeed, they are lapdogs. They're put there deliberately in an institution that is functional on account of its framework, but because of their individual incapacities, lack of competence, lack of gusto and ability, the institution cannot work. Look at ESCC. Look at DCI. Look at National Police Service. You understand? Look at the Judicial Service Commission. Look at IPOA. Can you tell me, are there individuals who you can write home about? Compare that to the position immediately after the promulgation of the Constitution, with a robust National Police Service, where the chair and the members of that institution will interrogate the propriety of any senior police officer. Look at the Judicial Service Commission, with the energy in people like Florence Mwangangi, Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi. They will interrogate the propriety of applicants who wanted to be judges. I mean, even the selection panel for the IABC, they were serious individuals. Nowadays, it's a farce. And that explains why day by day we continue to plummet with no hope as to what we aspired as the best democracy in this region.
If that's the case, then there are those who are sitting on what would be the dregs of hope. And I am imagining that those who lost their loved ones just a year ago, those whose loved ones are missing till now, and are depending on this same system, which you're saying is defunct, to then be able to deliver them that justice that they seek, where then should they look?
My position has always been this. We don't have any other country. We don't have a spare country. This is the only country we have. And the turmoil we have experienced hitherto has been experienced in other developed countries. You know, I looked at the statistics of the young men and women that Kipchumba Murkomen claims to have arrested and arraigned in court on terrorism charges. These are kids. You know, I wish Kipchumba Murkomen will read history, the French Revolution in particular, and realize what led to the execution of King Louis and his wife. It is because they'd suppressed discontent expressed by the people. And these were young men and women in France who were held in Bastille. And the people said, enough is enough. When we want to speak, tell the king and the queen that you are wrong, you jail us. They broke open Bastille prison and released the leader of their revolution, Comte de Cabu. And the rest is history. Is this what William Samoei Ruto and his lapdogs want? But hope is not lost. And that is why some of us who are determined to see to a better Kenya, because we don't have an alternative country, have said, we only have 2 years to the ballot. We must make right what has been made wrong by the individuals in public office. We must vote them out and have a proper administration. And you see, we're not just limited in the elective offices. When we are done with the legislature and the executive and reconstituted it appropriately, will continue the resolve that we have already initiated to have a functional judiciary, to have functional independent offices, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Office of the Attorney General, and fundamentally the Constitutional Commission to work so that they're not saddled with individuals who are rejects, whose wherewithal to handle complex matters cannot be located.
But Wakili, independent institutions, and we have so many, and every time we've had guests, when we visit or even revisit this issue, is the Constitution is very clear. The law is very clear. This IPOA is independent. IEBC is independent. NCIC and so many other institutions are independent. Is the question the functionality of these institutions as envisaged in the Constitution, or is it because a lot of times we say, Toa Huyu, we need somebody else. So we look at individuals, we look at faces, but even if we replace these individuals, but we still have issues with the independence, will we make any progress?
Of course, by all means, Denise, we'll make progress. There is a clip that is shared by Zachary Kinuthia, my friend, of the voter in Mount Kenya. And it's quite comical. There are these two chaps who are interviewing prospective leaders. Say, wewe unaitwa nani? Mimi naitwa Dr. Kamau. Mimi ni daktari. Hapana taka wewe unaitwa nani? Mimi ni engineer. The starting point is the voter. You understand? You need to elect people with competence. The design with which we were given the form of civilized government was you needed the intelligentsia, people like us who are able to interrogate facts. Now, if you have hoodlums in parliament, they will not oversight the executive. They will not ensure that these institutions have the correct individuals. Permit me to blow my trumpet like the lizard who landed down and found nobody to cheer for it. When I served as president of the Law Society, we were quite impactful. In fact, President Uhuru Kenyatta was always in turmoil. What is the Law Society of Kenya going to do or say if we take this action? And we held them at tenterhooks, understand? Well, my two predecessors have done considerably well in what they have picked as their core mandate. You understand? So that going forward, for now, for instance, the Law Society of Kenya, we need a president who will deal with corruption and impunity in the judiciary. You understand? That must be dealt with in the next 2 years. You get it? At the helm of the executive leadership of this country, don't tell me we need a tough character as president. Don't tell me we need an eloquent individual as president. No, this time we need an individual who is virtuous, who has no insatiable appetite for money and property. We need an individual like David Maraga to be president. And you, the voter, don't tell me nonsense that Maraga doesn't have aura, he doesn't have the gusto, he doesn't have the charm, he doesn't have the eloquence, he doesn't have the lies. You know, the eloquence of Adolf Hitler is not necessary now. The caprice and lies of Joseph Goebbels is not necessary. We need somebody like David Maraga there. You understand? You need people like me somewhere to sort out things.
Wakili, if you look at, going back to the independent institutions that we have today, you look at what is happening in the country.
Yes.
We are having reports here that there are fictitious schools that don't exist that got capitation. Today we're having reports of how around 5 billion shillings went to places where they ought not to go, and Auditor General has raised these issues, but you find that these reports go to the National Assembly. They are debated, they are investigated, reports are there, nothing pretty much is happening. And you look at the justice system in the country and how accountability works. We start from the investigation aspect to it, gather enough evidence all the way to the judiciary. But somehow, these things never get concluded. Is it a question of individuals who have been given mandate to ensure that accountability is upheld, intentionally failing at their work?
Mohammed, you know where that money is going? The money is going to these empowerment programs. Avenues where of resources, funds intended for national development, budgeted for, are diverted to personal pursuits, to endear certain individuals who are currently in office to the electorate. Ideally, let's not sugarcoat this. The people we've put in public office are stealing from us, you understand? And they want to portray themselves as affluent, as capable of initiating projects. No, we don't need you to come to our villages, to our hamlets for empowerment programs on the basis of monies you've stolen from our hard-earned income and tax. And when these fools come to your village, you must say no. Kick them out of your villages. We don't need economic empowerment. We need budgeted development, accountable integrity. You follow? But when these people come, what do you do as voters? You cheer them up. You drink the tea they've brought. You eat the ugali they've brought. You must say no. You understand? And this time I'm very unapologetic about the voter. You need to be extremely affirmative. The moment you see me and you start demanding 100 shillings, 1,000 shillings, you lose focus because I will not give you. But the other Nikompom will give you that 1,000 shillings. And when you get that 1,000 shilling, the school that was intended to be developed with the 200 billion allocated for school development will not be there. You will suffer. Your children will not go to good schools. You will continue to be under the subjugation of these individuals who are bringing, quote unquote, empowerment.
There's so many layered issues, Nelson, and of course that's one of them. And then looking at how you make decisions. The same people then, when we find ourselves in situations where we just don't have the knowledge or information. And one of those cases came about where people were in court. Unfortunately, a young woman last week who then was sent to jail because she couldn't meet bail in court. She ended up dying. The circumstances under her death are still unclear in terms of what happened. Was she beaten during the protest and bled internally? We do not know. But then it brings us back to what happened in court. From a legal point of view, and because there's a lot of speculation around at the moment, and it ties into what you said now in terms of knowledge and information, in terms of what should be happening. She couldn't meet the amount for the bail, which was 50,000 shillings, which was, pronounced by the magistrate. Are there not other options for which can happen? Because this was not a capital offense that she was charged with. This was not murder. This was not, any robbery with violence. This was, according to what they said, causing public disorder by way of protest. So where do things like personal bond, come into play here? Could the amount then have been lower? What does somebody do in that case? We ask this question because there are, as we know, hundreds of people who are before the dock right now under the same kind of charge. What should have or what does happen in such cases?
It's a very unfortunate case, but it's a case that could have been avoided. You see, bond and bail is the most abused tool by magistrates. Often they impose this willy-nilly without consideration of what they're doing. And permit me to say, a while back, a year ago, when a magistrate was shot by a police officer, despite expressing my remorse, I told the people of Kenya what was the cause of this problem. The magistrate had taken a bribe, and the magistrate had refused to do what she had taken the bribe for. This is what happens. It's a sorry state, but it must be said. We cannot sugarcoat these things. Magistrates must stop being compromised. Because of the compromise or misbehavior of this magistrate, we have lost a young soul. And the buck stops with the head of the judiciary, the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice comes every day to cry crocodile tears with us every time youth are arrested, abducted, and sometimes killed, and she says that the judiciary will affirm the Bill of Rights. You see, Martha Koome, you are a big embarrassment to this nation. Summon your magistrates. Give them the dictate of what the Constitution is all about. The bail bond policy prepared by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, which I was part of when I served as president and through the NCAJ, is quite clear. Bail and bond is not supposed to be pre-conviction punishment. It ought not to be. So that, for instance, on what basis are the magistrates giving the bail bond terms of 50,000 to 200,000 for these individuals that Murkomen has rounded up and charged in court with terrorism charges? My presidential candidate, David Maraga, and his able legal team were in court yesterday. They opposed this. But I think they need to do more. I wish I had the time and the energy because I'm a little bit overwhelmed. But Willis Otieno demarcated the parameters upon which this matter must be addressed. All these individuals, numbering about 1,600, have to be looked for. We need to get their details. And then we file a composite constitutional petition. And I'm sure the able judges before the Constitutional Division will declare these bail bond terms as unreasonable and unconstitutional. These fellows, like the fellows detained in Basatel prison, have to be set free. They have to be set free.
Kelly, you've talked about CJ Kome.
Yes.
Now, just a day ago, she released a statement, and this is after, the attacks on the judiciary from, President Ruto and Interior CS Murkomen over the same issue.
Yes.
And the CJ says that the independence of the judiciary must be upheld. Courts are encouraged to exercise discretion in bail and bond decisions with fairness, proportionately and balance. So what she's essentially saying, in a nutshell, is she's warning against external interference on the judiciary. This is not the first time she said this. She's made these statements time and time again. How does it move beyond making these statements? Because every time it's always push back here, push back there, but you don't really see now at the court level and at the magistrate's level, like you're saying, anything happening.
Because nobody takes Martha Koome seriously. No, the
Including
judges,
the magistrates, the judges?
No, they disobey every order she gives because they all know she didn't deserve to be Chief Justice. She doesn't have the wherewithal of serving. And
but even if she doesn't, Dennis, she's the president.
Dennis, just listen to me. Because I have the wisdom of the flowers of the corn. In my mother tongue, they call it this is the flowers of corn. We know what is happening. When Chief Justice David Maraga confronted President Uhuru Kenyatta on disobedience of court orders and failure and refusal to follow constitutional dictate, people listened. You understand? And he didn't come there in a monotone statement. He spoke affirmatively about what the problem is. The problem is Martha Koome. She's not in charge of the judiciary. And everybody knows that. The executive knows she's not in charge. Parliament knows she's not in charge. Private players know she's not in charge. That's why we're here. And that is why I've called for the Judicial Service Commission to remove her from office. Because the rot is at the top. Yesterday you saw me post a clip of a judge who, when he was a law lecturer in Moi University, was perceived to be a lunatic. And the students have said that as much. He has no capacity to be a judge. How was this judge recruited during the tenure of Martha Koome? Before then, the judge had failed recruitments 5 times. So we have rejects being recruited as judges and magistrates. Therein lies the problem. In the justice sector, the Judicial Service Commission must do its work. If it can't do its work, it must be removed by Parliament. You understand? Because the architecture of the institutions under the current constitution was perfect. You understand? Near perfect. Much better than the Constitution of the United States of America. But what is the problem? We have allowed individuals who look at it from an upside-down approach to head them. It's as simple as that, Dennis. And this issue of bail bond. It pains me a lot. Where do these kids get 50,000 shillings? Where do they get 200?
And that's my question here, that are we not looking at a situation whereby you can actually be freed on a personal bond while they wait for you to come back and hear your case? Is that not part of the laws of this country?
Exactly, and the magistrates are aware of this. But see, often, these magistrates are weak-kneed. ATPU officers will be in the chambers of the magistrate when the damn magistrate is making an order, giving them warrants to come and arrest you, to break into your home, to take documents. It is the timidity that punctuates their service. And that is why I've said the judiciary must dislocate itself from this unnecessary comfort it perceives to have by saying, look, we need police to be protecting us, we need police to be doing this and this. And it can only happen if there is proper guidance from the head of the judiciary. But let me speak to the magistrates. What you're doing is wrong. That little girl, that little boy you've condemned to be in custody before conviction is somebody's child. These are children. And the country cannot survive. And I'm also speaking to William Ruto. I'm also speaking to Kipchumba Murkomen. What are you doing? These are children.
Okay, how do they come up with the figures? Do they look at the charge or the capability of the person raising the bail or bond? How do they arrive at those figures? What informs them to come up with those figures?
Ideally, they're supposed to look at the capability. The other day, I was in Kelefe before Honorable Blusa. I'll be before him at around 9. I mean, he's a model magistrate. There's this chap who had been arrested for ferrying charcoal on a bicycle. And then the judge asked him, the magistrate asked him, wewe unaweza lipa kiasi fulani, utalipa ngapi? And the guy said, I can pay 5,000. Then the magistrate laughed and said, mimi nilikuwa nataka kutoza 2,000 peke yake. Unaelewa? I mean, ideally that is what should happen, because when you're seated on that table as a judicial officer, you need to be interactive. But these magistrates are not interactive. You see, you will see them move the file, 50,000 cash bail or bond of 200, the file is thrown. But ideally, the essence of discretion is to enable the magistrate to evaluate the ability of the suspect to meet those tasks, but they don't do it. And ideally, they ought to do that. Wewe unafanya kazi wapi? Nafanya kazi Spice. Mshahara wako ni shilingi ngapi? Mshahara wangu ni 1,150. Unaelewa? Wewe unafanya wapi kazi? Mimi nafanya kazi Gikomba. Unafanya wapi kazi? Mimi sifanyi kazi. Mimi ni mwanafunzi katika chuo cha Nairobi. Sasa kama wewe ni mwanafunzi katika chuo cha Nairobi, utatoa wapi 50,000 ama 200,000? Na hii ni ujinga ambao hawa mahakimu ndakana watupilie mbali.
Akili, when you look at the right of an accused person, if you just read Article 50, Part 2 of the same, gives the entire procedure on how an accused person should be treated. And if you look at Part H now, to have an advocate assigned to the accused person by the state, and the state's expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result, and to be informed of the right promptly. You look at this entire article and there's a lot to unpack in there on just the rights of an accused person. And one would ask, at the time this lady was being taken to court, had she been read to everything in Article 52? No. When it comes to right to representation in court, no. Why are we operating as if, does the judicial system operate as if this particular article is not there?
Incompetence, corruption. I've said it. There is no other explanation. We've lost this young lady. We don't want to lose these other young men and women, numbering 1,600. I make a plea to President William Samoei Ruto to order the Ministry of Interior to forego these trumped-up charges and release these young men and women. President William Samoei Ruto, you are a father. You have boys and girls. This is not what you signed up for. You can't do this. It is bad. It is sinful. It is unconstitutional. It is moronic. Let these children go home to their parents. We do not need a court order for these kids to go home. They have done nothing wrong. They've only asked for accountability in your government. And when children ask for something and you claim to be a Christian, you must give it to them. Even Jesus talked about this. If your child asks for fish, you cannot give him a serpent. You're giving these children of Kenya serpents. Yeah, you want them to die. You understand? But going forward, and I want these many advocates who are in court, and just to assuage your fear, we are living in a very robust environment, and I'm very proud to be a lawyer. Look at the number of lawyers that were in court yesterday. We have a Chief Justice who was in court. We have a former Deputy President who was in court. We have former Ministers of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in court. These are lawyers. You understand? They come out to defend the rights of the people of Kenya. So going forward, I want doctors, I want engineers, I want accountants, I want journalists to join us, come all of us in court. Imagine a court fully packed of doctors. We can have their leaders, of journalists, we can have their leaders, of teachers, we can have their leaders, accountants, to join the lawyers and say, what you're doing to our children is wrong. It will stop. But there is need for us to adopt a more deliberate and definitive approach. There is a thought, a cause of action called wrongful death. I want the lawyers who are in charge of this matter to file constitutional petitions anchored on the right to life and the thought of wrongful death. Sue the policeman if he is known, sue the superior in that station, sue the magistrate, sue the judge for causing this death. Let them personally bear the brand of their corruption or incompetence. On my part, for instance, I'm going to sue Josephine Mungare Judge for causing my clients to suffer a prison term of 40 days, knowing very well that there was a court of appeal order that had stayed her action. I will sue her. I will get damages against her personally. Let this be a lasting lesson to any judicial officer who acts with impunity, knowing very well that his or her actions are going to cause damage, and by the time the damage is brought to fall, the victim is either dead or incapable of taking remedial action. That, to me, is the most appropriate way of dealing with this.
Let's take a quick break at this point and come back, because then we'll look at then what it would look like for those who may not have the opportunity to do that, Nelson. It is now 19 minutes to the top of the hour, coming in towards 8 a.m. And as we take that break, watu wa Roysambu, watu wa Thika Road, usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Hospital has bought dialysis near you at their Roysambu Specialist Center, and you can actually get into that. The medical center is SHA certified, and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis, while other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital in Roysambu include chemotherapy, endoscopy and daycare services. Specialists available at the clinic include a pediatrician, gynecologist, family physicians, as well as gastroenterologists. You can also get a general surgeon, orthopedic surgeons, ENTs, dentists, dermatologists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital is delivering world-class care here and now. For more information, call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,450, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let me say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Ati mnasemaga, it slapped me?
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom plan.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
We're getting into traffic hour at this point. Let's see what's happening on the roads this morning. Still very busy coming off of the Thika Superhighway as you're coming from the Allsops Junction. A little bit of traffic before that as you get through towards Garden City. And then coming off of Wangui Mathai, then between Juja Road and then Wangui Mathai Way, and then bleeding on towards Huru Highway. There's some traffic here as well. It's busy coming off of James Gishuru as you cross over towards the Red Hill Link Road. And then as you come off of Langata Road, there's quite some traffic there this morning, and it's spilling over towards Raila Odinga on one side and then also then towards the Nyamweya Stadium roundabout on the other. So that's busy there. Southern Bypass not looking bad. There is some traffic as you come off of the Eastern Bypass getting towards the Cabanas interchange and around the loop on Outer Ring. So watching out for all of this and trying to keep it moving. We'll talk SpiceFMK on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
49th President of the Law Society of Kenya, Nelson Havi, and one who remains really in sync with what's been going on in the justice system, here with us this morning. And we continue this conversation. And you said a couple of things today, even as we continue with this, that there's a responsibility that the voter has towards making decisions. The decisions that the voter makes oftentimes, are we saying, puts us then in the situations that we are in today, whereby decisions that are made, we see the things that happen as a result of that. We are unaware about certain things because we don't look for that information that then fuels the decision that we make. Can we trace and say that if a number of the things that we see in society are resultant effects of the decisions that, a voter made 3 years ago?
To a large extent. I've apologized for my mistakes. I was in the forefront of campaigning for Dr. William Samoei Ruto as president. And much as I've apologized, I've given an explanation. We didn't have any other better alternative. And if you want to confront my wisdom, whereas I joined William Samoei Ruto earlier, Raila Odinga and team came much later and even took out much more insurance than the entire house. That said and done, where did the rain start beating us? I think the rain started beating us post-promulgation of the Constitution, who allowed individuals who had opposed the ideals in the new Constitution to assume office. The bench of 5 judges that allowed these characters to run for public office are the ones that brought us this problem. But it's not a problem that must be allowed to remain for us in perpetuity. It's a problem that can be cured. For the first time in the history of Kenya, we have a prospective president candidate who can give us what we need. But at other levels of elective offices, it is imperative that the people of Kenya make the correct choices for member of county assembly, for member of national assembly. In the event that I run as member of national assembly candidate for Westlands, let the people of Westlands make a conscious decision with the knowledge of what they require of a legislator for them in Westlands. You understand? You need to be very deliberate as a voter. And what is appealing right now is that a large chunk of the voter bloc constitutes tribeless Kenyans. The Gen Z, they number between 13 to 15 million. They are pivotal. And these are the ones I want to speak to. You see, you are the ones that have more stake in government. You must register. You must turn out in good numbers. You must be informed. You must interrogate the ideas. Understand the role of member of county assembly. Understand the role of member of national parliament. Understand the role of senator, woman rep, governor, deputy president, and president. Their role is not to give you money through economic empowerment. Their role is elaborately set out in the Constitution and statute. Do not demand money from me to vote for me as member of National Assembly for Westlands. I mean, verily, if we meet up for a cup of tea or for lunch, we'll eat ugali from my pocket. But it should not be a precondition to you voting. You understand? Neither am I impecunious, but the money I've earned is for a specific purpose, not to buy you as a voter. And this trickles down. It goes even up to the president. You saw the other day, my candidate, Maraga, said he's only allocated 1 million. You understand? And he had no apologies for it. He had no shame for it, because he's worked a just life throughout his tenure as Chief Justice. He hasn't stolen money. That is why it is important for you, all of us, to raise funds for the campaign of David Maraga. We need somebody in office who is not using our hard-earned income and taxes to come and buy our votes. That will be the panacea of good governance.
Well, Kelly, that's at the presidential level.
Yes.
And that's your recommendation. When we drop back to MCA level, and look at from the MCA level to Member of Parliament, we say the current Parliament reflects maturity in politics in terms of looking at the average age from 36 in 63 to where we are today. So there's an argument that we've seen maturity. Maturity meaning we have a lot of young people, energetic people, professional people, besides those you'd call comedians, jokers, and all that.
Yes.
And the disappointment, and I'm raising this because I had a conversation with my mechanic the other day, and he was talking to me about how the economy is so bad, and he regrets voting for a particular candidate in this government. There's fatigue, voter fatigue. And I asked him, will you vote again? And he said, I will not bother to wake up in the morning to go vote. I asked him why. And he said, either they will steal. If they want it, they will just steal. Or even if I elect, for example, my governor, whom I had so much hopes in, very young, educated, energetic, full of promises, full of hope, full of dreams, but look at where we are. So the disappointment is you may get fresh faces, very good professionals. The minute they enter the National Assembly, something just happens.
I want to talk to your mechanic. I want to talk to Mama Mboga. I want to talk to that young man and woman and plead with them not to give up. Okonkwo's third wife, Nzenima's mother, had lost close to 12 children. But she never tired in her pursuit for a child until she got Nzenima. You understand? A mother will always want to have a child, despite a miscarriage, despite anything. We have experienced several stillbirths. We have experienced several infant mortality in our quest for sustainable good governance. But we cannot give up. We cannot give up. It's not an option. You must have hope. And the reason why you must have hope, you have no alternative country. Even when Alfred Mutua and these other scoundrels tell you we are looking for job opportunities for you in Saudi Arabia, wherever. No, this is our country. We want you to make your country better so that you have your job opportunity here. You have your education here. You live and die peacefully here in old age with all your legs intact, not amputated as a result of a gunshot from an AK-47. And you can only live to that 97 years that my grandfather lived if you make your country better now.
Wakili, so there is the aspect of bad leaders are elected by good citizens who do not vote. Yes. But then again, there is the aspect that Okari has brought up that even if I vote, they will still steal the election. Here brings forth the integrity of the IEBC that we have today. So moving forward, because there has always been questions on IEBC and it being able to deliver, especially this IEBC and everything around its constitution. What are we looking at?
Let me tell the people of Kenya, the structure of the constitution so far as electoral matters is concerned, the jurisprudence that has been developed by the courts make it almost impossible to steal an election, especially the election of the president, because the vote will be determined at the polling station. So what must be done? You must vote in large numbers. Your presence must be felt. You know, the other day when I saw these children march in the streets of Nairobi, I said, behold, if you turn up in these large numbers on election day and vote and remain at the polling station and collect the return of the election for the president, how will they steal the election at Bomas? It is determination. You understand? Of course, there is a possibility people may want to steal the election. There are individuals who have said, we'll go and get votes from Somalia and bring it here. We'll go and get votes from Uganda. But the hope with which I've given encouragement to the Gen Zs is this. Look, if you cast 15 million votes in favor of David Maraga, and by 9 p.m. on election day, all of you have returns, and somebody attempts to steal the election, that person will be in a very precarious situation. That is all I can say for now.
When we look at all of these things, they're intertwined. Whether we look at good governance, we look at a justice system which works hand in hand. Where we look at legislative, parliamentary decisions and things that should be done or made. Do we see, and I know you talk about hope, that there is the audacity of hope with which Kenyans must feed on every day to know that things can actually get better, can actually improve. But what must be done now? A vote is not coming for the next 2 years. You know, and there are situations now. You talk about things that you're doing now, taking a magistrate to court, suing a magistrate. What can be done now? The mother who is hoping for justice for her son, the one who doesn't know what happens if I'm arrested today, who then can I call on, and who's left to the whims of whatever a magistrate at the dock decides that day. What do people need to do now? Do we arm ourselves with information? Do we make sure we have these conversations? What needs to be done now? Remembering that all of these systems are intertwined. Government, the judiciary, the legislature, people that you look at that you might vote for tomorrow under the auspices of the executive. What should people do now, Nev?
The demand for accountability must not yield to this aggression by the state. Murkomen Kipchumba has told us he has arrested 1,600 children. These are children. He is in the same category as Slobodan Milosevic. Children. What is the intention? Is to discourage to instill fear in the populace. We must not fear. The other day, I saw my friend Sifuna quote from Martin Luther King and said, if I have to die at 35 because I've achieved, I'm better off than dying at 95, yet I've not achieved. You understand? The moment we surmount our fear, we'll be able to attain what we require in the interim. And what we require in the interim is to sustain the momentum for accountability. Let them not steal money meant for schools. Let them not steal money meant for hospitals. Let them not steal money meant for the development of roads. In the meantime, insist for your members of National Assembly to do the right thing, to oversight the executive. The other day, David Maraga said, there can be dialogue, yes, but what should be the purpose of the dialogue? The dialogue should be towards encouraging the government to yield to the demands of the people, resign, go home, make provision for an interim government pending the general election. You understand? It may be as a tall order, it may not be attainable, but it will create momentum in the meantime, so that the fear intended to be instilled is countermanded and controlled. You understand? We are predisposed to fear, but how you handle fear is what matters. This fear must arm us to fight more.
Nelson, Havi, thank you for being here this morning. A lot of stuff to think about, and that's why we need to keep talking. There are many things on which we must be engaged as citizens. So thank you for being here to at least continue pushing that conversation. And thank you for what you do. We'll keep engaging.
Always my pleasure.
Asante sana. Good morning at 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has been urged to address the issues raised by the youth who've been taking to the streets to denounce widespread police brutality and demand good governance. Makueni County Woman Rep Rose Museu has condemned President Ruto's shoot the legs directive, urging him to instead take responsibility for the challenges facing the country and confront them head on.
Ufisadi lazima rais mwenyewe akaweze kuwajibika na kuona ni vipi atamaliza ufisadi, ni vipi atamaliza mambo ya uwaji, ni vipi ataweza kukutana na watoto hawa, kwa maana watoto hawa wanalia, wamesoma na hawajapata chochote. Wengi hawajaajiriwa. Wamama hapa wanauza mboga, wanauza hivi vyakula kuweza kusomesha watoto. Na unapata watoto wenyewe wakipata degree, wanarudi nyumbani kukaa kwa maana hakuna ajira. Njia ya kusuluhisha sio bunduki, njia ya kusuluhisha ni akae chini afikirie atafanya nini na Wakenya, kwa maana aliwaahidi vijana kuweza kupata kazi.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen on Wednesday spoke of the need to improve police-citizen relations as he took his Jukwala Usalama tour to Turkana County. Murkomen repeated his calls to restore trust and peace between police and civilians.
Nimesikia outcry kwa sehemu chache kwa Kenya ya kwamba kuna watu wanaona kwamba uhusiano wa polisi na wananchi sio vizuri. Mimi nataka nisisitize hapa, nia yetu ni kuhakikisha kwamba police stations zetu, police posts zetu, formed units wenye wako kila mahali wanakuwa watumishi wa Wakenya na wanatumikia Wakenya wakiwa na uhusiano nzuri. Wananchi wakitaka maji na iko borehole kwa polisi wanapewa maji. Kama hakuna borehole na wananchi wako na borehole kwa community, wanasaidia police officers.
The Small and Medium Liquor Traders Association, or MELTA for short, has opposed sections of the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse proposed alcohol control regulations, warning that they could cripple livelihoods and businesses across the country. Melta Chairman Frank Mbogo warned that several restrictive measures within the 2025 policy framework, including the proposal to raise the legal drinking age from 18 to 21 years, could have devastating economic consequences. Another contentious issue is the proposed ban on online alcohol sales and home deliveries, which Melta argues could decimate micro enterprises that emerged in response to modern consumer trends. The association now wants NACADA and the government to consult industry stakeholders before finalizing the policy.
Sisi tungeomba NACADA ituite kwa mkutano na tuko tayari kukaa chini nao tuangalie solution ni nini, tunaweza saidiana namna gani, kwamba hizi laws wanataka zikue zitafanyika namna gani, sababu hawawezi kaa kwa ofisi alafu wana decide kwamba hivi ndio vile inatakikana.
A plan by Kiambu Governor Wamatangi to have Thika municipality granted city status has officially kicked off 3 weeks after the Kiambu County Assembly approved the Kiambu City Status Report. The decision now rests with the Senate after the task was given to the Senate Devolution Committee by Senate Speaker Amason Kingi. During Tuesday's afternoon session, Kingi informed the House that he'd received communication from the Kiambu County Assembly approving the elevation, after which he asked the committee chaired by Wajir Senator Mohammed Abbas to expedite the consideration of the report.
Honorable Senators, the following documents were annexed to the letter transmitting the resolution to the County Assembly. 1. The order paper for the County Assembly of Kiambu, especially a special sitting on Thursday, 19th of June 2025 at 9 a.m. 2. The Hansard report for the County Assembly special sitting. And 3, the report of the County Assembly of Kiambu Sectoral Committee on County Planning and Urbanization on conferment of city status to Thika municipality.
The U.S. Department of Justice has fired a veteran federal prosecutor who worked on the cases against sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, his accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, and his hip-hop mogul Sin Diddy Com. It's not clear why Maureen Comey was removed from her job at the Southern District of New York, but her exit was confirmed by sources to CBS. She's the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, whom President Donald Trump fired in 2017. The Justice Department has been firing lawyers who worked on cases that angered the president, including a special prosecutor investigation of Trump. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's see what it looks like on these streets this morning. There is still some traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass. It's reduced a little bit, but we're seeing it heavy then going towards North Airport Road. It's also busy on Outer Ring this morning, and so we'll watch out for that. Getting onto Mombasa Road, it's busy. Whatever's happening on Langata Road this morning, it's heavy traffic. It's crossing over through towards Hulu Gardens and then out towards the city via Rhino Dinga Way on one side, which takes on some of that traffic, and then onto the other. On the Thika Superhighway, it's heavy through towards Survey, and also some traffic on Kiambu Road. It's not too terrible this morning, so let's just hope we can keep, everything at bay and keep things at a dull roar for now. We'll talk. In the meantime, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
At 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, good morning and welcome. This is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, and we're all about connecting. I can take my 5G wherever I go.
Yes, you can. You can, experience 5G, fast internet speeds in your home, in the office, when you're traveling, in the cars you're driving to work. And it's simple. It's just getting a portable router. And it only costs 2,999 Kenya shillings. So Safaricom is making this easier, especially if you want to enjoy surfing the internet, you want to enjoy streaming any of the YouTube channels that you love, watching Netflix, going on TikTok, Facebook, and all that. No lag on videos whatsoever. So the slow internet speeds is a thing of the past. Where can you get this portable router? Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, or walk to Quickmart supermarket and make that purchase, or simply use your phone right now and dial star 400 hash and then make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Fantastic. And even as you connect through this life, when you're connecting with your wealth, creating, maintaining,
and getting good advice. And do you know what keeps a lot of people at night? Well, it is the idea that everything that they've built could be lost either through poor advice or market downturns. That's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add to that their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to international investments, you get experts help optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time.
Fantastic, it is. And our conversation this hour shifts gears just a little bit. One very necessary conversation for us to have as it affects hundreds of thousands of university-going students, tertiary education institution-going students. And with us this morning is the chairperson of the Higher Education Loans Board, commonly known as HELB. Ekwe Ethuro is here with us this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I keep saying that Lydiah has done some magic today with her finding shovel, because she's dug all over the place, and then now here you are in the hot seat.
She has been trying very hard.
She has tried very hard, but you can see now the efforts.
I was a bit camera shy.
She was able to talk you off the ledge. Yeah?
That's correct.
Fantastic. Her flowers, definitely.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. Really great to have you here. We're going to be looking into the financial position of the loans board and asking questions about what the way forward is. We'll come to that in just a minute. Dennis is going to share a proverb with you. He'll tell you which country we are in this week. We'd love to get your interpretation of this proverb.
So the country we are in today is Nigeria, a country of about 230 million people with beautiful people, beautiful cuisine, beautiful clothing. Everything in Nigeria is just beautiful.
Yeah.
And today we want to talk about the proverb that talks about hyenas. Now, if the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. How would you interpret that?
If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide.
Yes.
Wow. That seems to be obvious. Because if your domain is the bush, then don't destroy your habitat. Because that's where you find your survival. That's where you operate best. And I guess in our context, if you allow me to imagine a bit, it's like with what we have now, we want to say Kenya is our country. If we destroy it, where else do we go? Yes.
That's it. If you destroy it, where will you go back
We'll
to?
have nowhere to go.
Indeed. All right. Like again, I said thank you for coming in for this conversation today around certain things that we're going to be looking into. The Higher Education Loans Board Act established HELB in 1995, and this came about as a result of there being the fact that there would be needy students who went to an institution of higher learning, whether that was a polytechnic or whether that was a university, that there would be help that was gotten from the government in terms of funds for those who were not able to pay those fees at that level. So with a very simple way and of course you're going to give some insights into this, money then would be given to this board. The board would then now give money in terms of a loan to students who then would be able to pay for tuition and other things at university. After they finished their education, they would then come back and start to pay once they got a job or some, the requisite employment to then be able to do this. This went on for some time, and we get to the point where sometimes then folks who applied for some cash wouldn't be able to get it, or it would be delayed. And then we started to hear that, there was some fissures, and the funds then available to then make HELB funds available to students then started to dwindle. And we want to get an understanding today of what that position is, where students lie in terms of what their hopes could be for the future, and then also looking at the future of HELB, if it's going to be consolidated, amalgamated really with, other funds moving forward. So your position, Mr. Ethuro, from where we are right now.
Thank you, and I think that's a good observation. HELB existed even before 1995. The law just made it more formal and more structured. This is a fund basically from 1974. You must remember that in Constitution 2010, Article 43(1)(f) talks about the right to education. So it's not only those ones who are very needy, but even those ones who want to acquire higher education should be able to access. And this is why even the students who go to the private universities, we fund them as well, because we believe they are Kenyans and they have the right to education. For those ones of us who went through university use with the popular boom, you are almost guaranteed. And in fact, one of our pioneers, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti, we associated him with the boom. And then as the nation grows, the population grows, then we are looking at how best to deal with this one. And we have been able to come up with a lot of measures. And I think to me the challenge is It's not what I read yesterday in the papers when we were engaging the parliamentary committee that HELB is broke. HELB is not broke.
Okay.
It's just like any other entity. The number of applicants. When President Kibaki also came to power, he said free education. You remember the number of students who were not accessing school, just went to school. This administration, starting with the former one, also talked about 100% transition. So the numbers have been increasing. And the resources have also been increasing. For example, in the last financial year, we got 35 billion, 34.6 to be precise. This year we have been allocated 41 billion. But now from last year, and I think it was the only year we had a challenge actually, most years we have been funding every applicant 100%. Last year we were not able to meet to give all the applicants the money they needed.
Why?
Because the resources could not match the demand.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is normal in government. You have to keep on pushing for the more resources. And I think so. In the last intake, we had 700,000. This year, we project about 1 million. So you can see that kind of increment. We are going to. We managed to fund 570 last year. We expect with the resource envelope now we will fund about 650,000. So when we're engaging the parliamentary committee, it was just to tell them, hey, we have this deficit. How do you come to assist us through, of course, the National Treasury and the parent Ministry of Education.
So, in Parliament, the HELB Chief Executive, Geoffrey Munari, tabled the figures because you've quoted the figures from 35B, 41B, and the figures that Munari tabled before the National Assembly Committee on Education yesterday. The agency had a shortfall of 11.5 billion to fund university students in the last fiscal year. So you have TVET applicants who qualified for funding requiring 2.2 billion. So the threat is now the transition rate because of this shortfall. So, Chair, so HELB received over 713,000 applications. You're saying this can go to 1 million. So the shortfall we're looking at here, you only funded 322,000 students. What does this massive shortfall then reveal?
It reveals the need for more resources. The deficit for last year, and we actually promised that it will come in the supplementary. And I think the appeal we were making to the parliamentary committee is that must be honored. And government has been responsive, maybe not to the extent that will meet 100% compliance. We want to believe that, the way you get the first budget, and then government looks at how it is operating, realizes there are certain shortages. Of course, we don't need the money at the very beginning of the financial year or of the academic year. Most universities now are on the long recess, so they open around September, or the early ones open maybe late August. So we still have a bit of time for that conversation to take place and for government to look for more resources.
So what were the figures in the proposed supplementary?
The 12.9 billion.
The 12.9.
Not 11.
It's 12.9.
It's 12.9.
And what is the government so far indicating that they're willing to give?
The indication is that they're willing to give all the money that is required.
So when you look at HELB and how it is disbursed, there's always the other aspect of after the fact now, the payment of the same has to be repaid by the students after graduation.
Correct.
And that has been a problem for HELB for a very long time.
Right.
So if we look at the repayment of these funds by graduates, how are we looking at it?
You have raised one of the fundamental issues that came with the Act. and one of the main objectives actually of the organization is to create a revolving fund. You can imagine a scenario where we are able actually to plow back the money and meet the requirements of the students. Of course, we can't meet because of the numbers, but to make a substantial contribution in terms of A&A to the kitty. And we are doing well actually with that kitty. Like in the last quarter, the last financial year, our target was 5B. We managed to raise 5.2B. That's already a contribution to the entire budget we are talking about. There have been challenges. Of course, repayment has many factors. Employment is an issue. You have to pay when you are employed, and not all graduates get employed. So that makes our recoveries very difficult. So, but from the ones we have and from the employers who declare, we are happy. Of course, when we have people we know who can pay and have refused to pay, we use the debt collectors.
Okay. What does the process look like for us to explain? And how does this then combine with the most recent, I kind of forget what it's even called, the funding model for education.
The new funding
model.
The
new funding model for education.
Student-centered.
Right? So how does what HELB was known by, where one would assume you wrote a letter, you wrote an email, whatever it was the case, to apply for funding for HELB based on what the fee structure was for the institution that you were attending. HELB would then get back to you and say, well, we will offer you this amount. You take it or you leave it. But in most cases, you would take it and then spread it across in the best way that you could. How does that significantly change now with the new funding model? Because it's been there for a year plus now, and folks still don't know what they're supposed to do. How does that play against what we're currently faced with now?
The new funding model was actually a very novel idea.
Okay.
And the idea is about equitability. If a child of Equathuru applies, then you look at my circumstances. I've been educating these children in private schools. It means I can afford something. So you will get the little support from government to supplement your own efforts. If a child from a poor background applies, that assessment is also made. And so that child can literally get 100% of the fees required. So it's a very good model. Maybe we have not communicated enough to Kenyans in terms of its benefits. There are courses that you can actually meet with that funding 100%. There are courses, of course, that are expensive, like medicine, which are always costly. So that becomes a bit of a challenge.
Is it sustainable?
It is sustainable. Yes. In fact, government, I think, has given more money with this system than even the old system, because of the scholarships component. And I think that's why we are talking about this other funding, which is provided by the university's funding board on scholarships. HELB gives Upkeep and the loan component.
So HELB is a revolving fund in which a student is given a loan, or the beneficiaries rather, and upon completing studies, then they repay the money to support the next group of beneficiaries, correct?
Correct.
How, there was a point where there was a very high default rate. What's the situation currently? Do you have numbers?
Yeah, we do have numbers. Actually, the high default rate, I don't know where we get that kind of, maybe it's the language of the journalists.
Let's just call them defaulters.
Defaulters, yes. I think that's...
Yes.
And I've already stated some of the reasons why people don't pay, not that they really want, they refuse to pay. Actually, my experience so far at HELB is that there are many Kenyans who are willing to pay. Mm-hmm. In fact, there are some people beneficiaries, once they get like good jobs, like nurses, maybe going abroad or something, they'll just come and say, how much do I owe? They just give you. So that aspect, I want to applaud the Kenyans. They are willing to pay in order to help others, just the way, because you all feel like the way you got assisted. In fact, yesterday when we were meeting the parliamentary committee, every member was like making a declaration, I have paid. So that to me is one positive thing. The challenges of recovery, we operating almost like at 74% performance. Mm-hmm. And you can look around even in financial institutions, which are banks, that's a good recovery percentage. And so there are the dynamics in our situation, basically in terms of employment.
Because you're quoting 74%, and the number may look good, but because it's a revolving fund and you're not getting any other external funding, then it affects the next group of students. Now, early this year, the Higher Education Principal Secretary, Beatrice Inyangala, said, and I think this was still in Parliament, and the idea was a gradual plan to move HELB from relying on the exchequer funding model and instead structure HELB to adopt other ways of getting funding, a social bond financing model perhaps. Is this something that you're looking into?
Absolutely. One, the exchequer is still, the treasury is still our main funder. And that will be there because it's a commitment by government to education, the right to education. So, because of that revolving fund, we are trying to see which other ways can we employ so that we can continue increasing. So one of them is that social bond. We have already engaged a transaction advisor who is working with us. It's an advanced stage and involving all the players, including the National Treasury. Two, we have also models like saving schemes, which we are borrowing from, example, in Malaysia. It's one of those ones considered to be doing very well. America is also struggling with loans, so that's not a good example. Malaysia is one of the examples we are looking at. We have another example from Africa, not even from very far, Ghana, where a portion of the VAT is dedicated, ring-fenced and earmarked for higher education. So those proposals are all in the works, and we are working on them and hoping that they will materialize. That will secure now that kind of funding. Okay.
Let's take a break at this point. We're having a conversation with the chairman of HELB and looking into issues around, so what does it look like? Ekwe Thuro is here with us this morning. We'll come back after this break to continue. I know that there's some questions. We'll take some of those as we go through, while I remind you that Watuwa Thika Road, you don't have to worry too far because dialysis, Simbali, Ukitafuta dialysis, where you're looking for it is at the Aga Khan University Hospital. It's brought through dialysis near you at the Roy Sambu Specialty Center. The medical center is SHA certified and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambu Clinic include chemotherapy services, endoscopy and daycare surgeries. Specialists available at this clinic include a pediatrician, you'll find a gynecologist, family physicians, as well as a gastroenterologist, general surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, ENT, dentist, dermatologist, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. For now, you can call for more information 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
Long way with Safaricom. Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for
for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways. And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom home fund.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes, and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,450, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
The weather with Spice FM.
Looking at partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 16, it's 17 and sunny in Nakuru and sunny at 15 in Nyeri, 17 and sunny into Eldoret, while Mombasa at 25 is sunny, Malindi at 27 is sunny, 22 and sunny in Kisumu, while Kakamega is sunny at 21, Kampala is 21 and sunny, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24, 13 in Johannesburg and Mogadishu at 26 is sunny, while Addis Ababa is sunny at 17. It's mostly cloudy at 25 in Lagos, while it is partly sunny at 22 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so where are we with traffic this morning? It is starting to build and has already built up in some parts. I think we're starting to see the end of traffic on the Thika Superhighway already because it's now contained to just at Survey and then going towards the Pangani Underpass. There is some traffic then also on Raila Odinga Way. It's busy going through towards Valley Road into the CBD. Ngong Road traffic is also piling as you go out towards the city as well. So watch out for that. It's going to connect with Haile Selassie at some point. But apart from that, we're not seeing anything too sticky. Let's talk and keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
It is now at 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. Our conversation continues with the chairman of the Higher Education Loans Board, Ekwe Ethuro. And as we look at some of these issues around HELB and the funding of university education, we've seen the headlines splashed around the headlines. Bwana Ethuro, HELB in a crisis. Will education actually still be funded? And ask, that fear or panic must have come from somewhere. And is it connected directly to the fact that the money that comes from the exchequer is only so much? Would the fear arise from that? And then also expectation of what may happen in the future for those who want to join university and may not have the funds to do so. We've seen 160,000 could be the number who may not. Is it possible to attend to all those who need it?
It's very possible. And that's one of the opportunities we had with the parliamentary committee, because they are the ones who look at the budget of education sector, is to consider that this is our requirement, this is what you have given us, how do we bridge the deficit? And usually, as I said, through supplementary budgets.
So we look at what is that?
But maybe let me add, she's right. I mean, the fear of, will I have qualified to go to campus? Will I be able? And we Kenyans. I don't know, Dennis, about you, but for me, when I went to campus, it was a big deal.
Yes, it was even during my time.
Yes,
we had a situation where it was a quota system, so it's a student per province to get into certain courses.
Yeah.
Wow.
And if you look into that now, we have the new funding model, and there is the mean testing that is being used to determine who gets what. But even while at it, are there fears that one would have, through the mean testing, get the wrong information, and how would that be resolved so that there is the equitability that is being pushed by that to be achieved? And second of all, when you talk about universities as well being able to run their affairs, there is the aspect of increasing fees for them to be able to run their businesses. How is that then again affecting HELB to be able to give out these funds when fees are going up? Does it mean less students will get the funds because fees have gone up?
Not quite, because actually for universities, they are happy with the new funding model because of the actual costing. The previous model, we just used to give them blanket amount, whether you are doing purely arts or you are doing things that require laboratories, expensive equipment. So with the stakeholder engagement, they were able to come up with proper costing. And that proper costing now in terms of funding, and the universities are actually the scholarships bid by the universities funding board. So that's not really ours per se, except the small component on tuition loan. And that is why we're to use that means testing in order to ensure that every student, as you are saying, can be able to, we assess your socioeconomic circumstances, we assess your needs, and actually give you the kind of support that you require. Challenges now come when students, they go to cyber cafes, so sometimes they don't give the correct information. We address that through an appeal mechanism. That after a while, after we assess you and we say this is what we are going to give you, in the old system where the bans, and then we say no, I don't belong to this ban, I belong to this one. Then you have to prove, or if your circumstances change, like if you are an orphan, I mean you are orphaned in the process of. While still in college, there's an appeal mechanism where we know now maybe the one who was providing for you is gone, and we'll be able to look at your appeal mechanism. So there's a mechanism to address this kind of challenges. And in terms of application, as you said, it's not just the letter now. You can go to Huduma Center, which are all over the country, and I think the partnership with Huduma has really been very helpful. You apply actually once. The rigorous application is once. The second one is just for you to indicate that you are still interested in this support.
When I through looking at these deficits, you earlier said in your first statement that HELB is not broke, though you have what you call a higher demand from students, and you're projecting going up to 1 million. Given that the number of applicants is rising every year, as we are seeing the trajectory, is your data at HELB being used then to focus on funding needs for the next, let's say, 5-10 years? Because what we then tend to see whenever we're looking at budgets, it's more of reactive budgeting than future projecting and looking at in the next 5 to 10 years, this is what we anticipate we're going to have, and these will be the needs in the next 5 years.
Actually, the data is not ours. The data is from the Ministry of Education.
But you're interacting with that data, right?
Of course, as an agency and on behalf of the ministry.
Yes.
Like the projections are based on the candidates of the previous year. And then, the requirement to go to the universities are C+. So this is how we determine the potential applicants that will come to us. And it's known by everyone, including the parent ministry itself. And one would have expected what you are proposing. And I think that's the intention. And you quoted our PS who was saying, we are thinking of other ways. That is part of forward planning. The challenge is the resource envelope. I mean, in any situation, your needs might always be more than you need. And for government, you have competing demands on the budget. So, health is competing, education is competing, and education is taking a lot of money from government. So that is really the challenge. You have to keep on balancing. I don't think it is lack of foresight or lack of planning. We have actually, from our end, we have projected almost up to 10 years. Yes.
But when it comes now to the estimates and the supplementaries, the feeling I get, it's not just from you, because the education is still critical, even in health. And we've had this education conversation on the funding models, the different ones around education. It almost appears like you are begging to get this money, like, please allocate these funds to us because this is the need we have. So it almost feels like there's a detachment within agencies to recognize that this is so critical, these are non-negotiables, and we have constant needs, and the numbers keep increasing every year.
I guess you have just said our prayers. Yeah, precisely. We, as the implementing agency on behalf of the parent ministry and the state, we have to give our proposals, and that's exactly what we are. But we also understand when we may not get all that we need, because there's basic education, even within our own sector. You already have serious kind of things. One would expect. I mean, I personally expect that as a nation, we just agree on some fundamentals. And that should be in the area of basic services, health, education. We have made commitments internationally on the kind of percentages for agriculture in terms of food security, in terms of health, Abuja, So all these things are there.
I mean, you have been a speaker, so you understand how these things are done in Parliament when the different committees are making their submissions. Where do you see is the gap in your prayers? Where is the gap? Who are you praying to?
The gap is in basically resources. Resources are limited, ever. And that's why in economics we say these decisions are made on the margin, where if AI is essential for life, but doesn't have a price. I wait until you get COVID, then you realize it is a serious matter. So resources are limited, and the state must compete. All these things are needed. Security, education, health. So you have to deal with the kind of resource envelope and allocate what you have.
Is there anybody who will apply today under the new funding model, because it doesn't obviously use the old method of doing things? Is there anybody who will apply under the new funding model today and be denied funds?
None.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody who applies,
we actually allocate.
But and they're applying for a certain amount, but you're not guaranteed that the amount that you apply for is the amount that you will get.
Correct.
Okay.
And because we'll make our own assessment.
Okay.
On what you need.
Okay. So me necessarily saying that I need 100,000 shillings to foot the bill doesn't come off of what is available in terms of resources. It comes off of how you have assessed the need based on the information that I have given.
Using the current formula, which are given the concerns of Kenyans, is also being revised. So maybe in this new academic year, we might. It will still be the same formula, but the parameters must change so that we capture all the concerns that have been raised. The issue is for us, you apply, we will make sure that you are factored.
Okay.
And this is why we are talking about, this is our requirements. But now we'll be given a certain amount. So we'll pay, especially the first semester. Then the second semester is what might become a challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a subsidy. I just wanted to be very clear here, because even though we're looking at a new funding model, it is still a loan, is it not?
It is and it is not.
Okay, explain how it is and how it is not.
It has various components. One of them is scholarship, which is free. It's a grant from the state.
Yes.
The other one is the tuition loan, which HELB provides. And then we still have a small percentage for the household, which your household should be able to give depending on their circumstances. We also have Upkeep money, which we give to the students for their out-of-pocket expenses. So it's a mixture of all of those. But the scholarship is still much more.
Okay, so you could get a scholarship and not get the tuition loan? Or are we saying that it is tripartite? That I apply under the funding model, you could give me a scholarship, you could give me the tuition, and you could give me the accommodation. So I don't have to pay back the grant, obviously, because it is a grant, but the loan I will have to pay back, and this accommodation money I have to pay back.
Yes.
So in that sense, I could apply and I would get all three.
Yes. Okay. Ideally, most people get all the three. The only people who don't get all the three are the students in private universities.
Okay.
Those ones, you only give them loans.
You only give them loans?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an assumption because that you've attended a private university that you have some means somehow?
That is the assumption.
That is the assumption?
Yes.
Could it be a wrong one?
Not. In fact, there's a school of thought that feels like if you're in a private university, just like in a private high school, why should we give you the money? But now that is, you have to contrast that with the right to education. Also, they are Kenyans, they pay taxes. So we have to come up with a middle ground.
Yes. Still in line in line with that, I don't want to lose that train of thought from Mdu. And correct me if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. There was a period where TVET students were saying that they're consistently underfunded, despite the emphasis that the government is pushing for vocational training, pushing for technical training. Is there a bias in the HELB loans model?
I think I must admit, in the initial processes, TVET was not big thing until a few years back. And so we got actually some good money to support TVET, I think 4 billion, which was just in the last 3 or 4 years. And so now that conversation is changing. Okay. You are not wrong. So that conversation is changing to look at what are the better terms. The minister, our CS, Honorable Migos, has already formed a task force, which I think it has made proposals to him.
So, Chair, there's a question that has been asked by one Edwin who's a listener, and it's all about the repayment. And his question is on loan forgiveness for jobless beneficiaries, if that's on the cards within HELB.
It is not.
It is not.
We believe even if you are jobless, you are surviving. Let's share in that survival.
On the basis that you got the loan in the past?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's a principle. Yeah.
Okay. How do you guarantee that whatever is put on the application, because it's needs-based assessment, how do you guarantee that whatever is put on the application is the case? Why I ask this is because just yesterday, the Auditor General's report came out. And there's capitation that's going to, and this is, it's education, so we can give the example. There is capitation that is going to schools that if you went to look in the address of the school, you would be met with oxygen, or that if you actually looked for the human being under that number, that you would find the same oxygen. In other words, they don't exist. How do you guarantee that every application that comes to you is somebody who is actually a student in university, number one? Number two, is actually of the kind of need that they say, so that you can actually allocate or disperse? One must ask in these horrifying times.
Good question. And I think that is one of the issues we are always on the lookout. And guarantees are assured through the means testing variables that we use. And then we compare that with information. We are integrated to the systems within government. So we should be able to know, like when you declare about your parents and the rest, we have ways of getting the information about your parentage. Are you in school? We get demands from Dean of Students. I mean, we make demands to the Dean of Students to send us the information and the finance officers. Then we also send inspection teams. We sample various institutions just to find out exactly what are your records and what are our records. So I think to me that is one issue that we have put very good mechanisms to guarantee that we are dealing with real people and not robots.
So, Chairman, there is the aspect of allocation versus distribution and disbursement. And there is always the feeling, if you look at university students always saying the disbursement has been delayed, we're not getting the money on time. What causes these, and what are you doing to solve that problem?
Resources again. HELB can only give what we receive from the National Treasury. So there are delays, but they are not inordinate. Usually government responds when there are those concerns. One of our other prayers, like Renis has put it, is that National Treasury should reconcile the exchequer releases to us with the academic calendars, so that whenever the students open universities, because majority of our universities are public universities, so whenever they open, we are already ready for the students. So that's a bit of a mismatch that we are prayed to be addressed. Whereas for us, no sooner the money hits our account, we are already ready. Because the moment we get applicants, we allocate, waiting for the money.
Chairman, maybe if you have to explain, there was a time I think I had Aseto wants to go back to school, and maybe right now he doesn't need a loan, but I'm speaking on his behalf.
So sure.
Assuming he wants, or someone wants a loan, just to explain, how does somebody start the application? Then after applying, what notifications do they get? How are the funds released in terms of there's the application, allocation, and disbursement? Just explain that process and the length it takes.
Even before then, even you can get a loan. In fact, we have a product for working Kenyans called Elimishe, so that we don't deny. The concept here is nobody should be left behind. So we don't deny you that opportunity.
Nasikia Aseto?
Kabisa.
Elimishe. We also have partial postgraduate scholarships for masters and PhD. I mean, it's not a lot. It's not two beneficiaries usually per county for those ones who apply, and for STEM courses.
How many per county? Two per county.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the idea there was that there was a time when the universities had a shortage of PhD holders to teach. And so that's really a package that we are trying to improve that kind of area. So back to your question is, we are digital, knowing the kind of beneficiaries we are dealing with. And so you can, as I said, you can go to your Huduma Center. We have a presence in most Huduma centers, and go to our website of HELB and just punch the figures. It is self-explanatory. This is what we call the higher education model, which is combining both the universities funding board and the HELB. So once you feel those things, then the message will come that your application has been successful, and you will get a summary of what you have done and your information. Yes. So there's an acknowledgement.
So after the acknowledgement, so that's the application.
That's the application.
Then there's a process of
once you have succeeded in the application, then you'll get a message saying the application is being verified. And I think that answers the earlier question. So after the verification, now the next thing you will be told you have been allocated this amount of money. Yes. The next stage, another message, your money has been disbursed. When your money has been disbursed, the student should go to the finance office, because we do in batches, and to the institution. So you'll go to your finance office and check if you have gotten the money. If it is not there, we have call centers. You can call back, you can email and say, hey, this is what my application is reading, and I have not seen the money.
So that process roughly takes just an estimate. How long from the point of application to disbursement?
Good question. You apply. You finish the process of applications. Once your application has been certified to be good,
yes,
then it is at the finance office of HELB, waiting for the money to come.
Okay.
So the moment we receive the exchequer, it is released. Then that's the time we are saying the money has been. That's the time you'll get the message the money has been disbursed. So it varies.
Okay.
Because we open the portal let's say 2 weeks ago for the next academic year.
Okay.
So all those applications are being processed as you submit them. But the disbursements will not take place until early September.
Okay.
All right. I mean, it's great to have this conversation with you this morning. So I guess what you're ensuring people that you apply, you'll get some money at least to be able to get on with the education. So nobody's going to be left out of the pot.
No.
The chairman of the Higher Education Loans Board has been with us this morning. Mr. Ekwe Ethuro has been here. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, opening the lid on some of these things to be able to get through it. We just hope that it gets better and better as we go. Thank you.
Can I add one thing?
Please do.
The Upkeep money. We have partnered with, we had started with the banks, and then we're experiencing some problems because some kids are underage and the rest. Now we are partnered with since I see you are advertising for them, with Safaricom. So with your M-Pesa wallet, you will get your Upkeep money direct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's great to know. Thank you so much. At 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Former Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Havi has warned that Kenya is at the epitome of total collapse. It comes days after President William Ruto dismissed such claims and urged Kenyans to be patriotic. Havi told SpiceFM that Kenya has what he described as a trinity of the bad, a bad legislature, a bad executive and a bad judiciary. He cited widespread police brutality, bad governance and the failure of independent bodies such as the NCIC to offer effective accountability.
There's a systemic, deliberate failure of institutions that are given the constitutional mandate to do their work. Look at what you've highlighted in the Standard, the executive lapdogs. Indeed, they are lapdogs. They're put there deliberately in an institution that is functional on account of its framework, but because of their individual incapacities, lack of competence, lack of gusto and ability, the institution cannot work. Look at ESCC, look at DCI, look at National Police Service. You understand? Look at the Judicial Service Commission, look at IPOA. Can you tell me, are there individuals who you can write home about?
Havi said the state's decision to prefer terrorism charges against individuals arrested in connection to the recent Sabasaba Day protest is meant to create fear and suppress dissent.
I wish Kipchumba Murkomen will read history, the French Revolution in particular, and realize what led to the execution of King Louis and his wife. It is because they'd suppressed discontent expressed by the people. And these were young men and women in France who were held in Bastille. And the people said enough is enough. When we want to speak, tell the king and the queen that you are wrong. They broke open Bastille prison and released the leader of their revolution, Comte de Cabu. And the rest is history. Is this what William Samoei Ruto and his lapdogs want?
Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuya has emphasized President William Ruto's commitment to serving all Kenyans regardless of their political affiliations or tribe. Speaking in Kitui during a tour of the Okoh Stadium where this year's Mashujaa Day celebrations will be held, Vuya said the president's aim is to unite all Kenyans through the broad-based government. He expressed optimism that the stadium's upgrade will be completed by October.
We want to hand over or take over this stadium on the 6th of October, a few days before Mashujaa Day, so that the celebrations committee can then work on the other necessities before Mashujaa Day. His Excellency, the President, has given us a good roadmap as a country where development matters. So we are here to represent His Excellency, but also to confirm that Okoh Stadium here in Kitui is in good progress, and we will continue to monitor this work until we get the key.
In West Pokot, the county government is set to construct houses for poor families. 250,000 residents are set to benefit from the program dubbed Ondoa Nyasi Initiative. It will cost the county government 50 million shillings. Here's Governor Simon Kachapin speaking when he presided over the official launch of the program.
Miaka sijazo, kaunti yetu itakuwa ni manyumba ya mabati, na hiyo itaonekana tumestaarabu na maisha ya watu wetu imeenuka. The growth of living of our people will have gone high. Na nimesema kuna mambo faida mingi ya kuwa na nyumba ya mabati. Unaweza teka maji ukiwa na nyumba ya mabati. Utapunguza ile pressure ya kukata nyasi ambaye ingekuwa ni ya livestock yetu, ng'ombe na wanyama wengine. Kwa hivyo naomba kila mmoja wa support hii miradi ambaye tumeanzisha yake ya kipekee kutangu.
Israel's military struck the Syrian Defense Ministry in Damascus and government forces in southern Syria on Wednesday as deadly sectarian fighting in the mostly Druze province of Suwaita continued for a fourth day. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said its forces were, under a quote, working to save our Druze brothers and to eliminate the regime's gangs. The Syrian Foreign Ministry accused Israel of treacherous aggression. More than 300 people are reported to have been killed in Suwaita since Sunday when clashes between Druze militias and Bedouin tribes erupted. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics,
there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, what are we taking a look at? Traffic on the roads this morning as you get through towards the Thika Superhighway. Just a little bit of that left as you come through towards the Pangani underpass. And it's also a little bit busy as you get towards Muthaiga Square coming off of Kiambu Road. What else are we seeing on Raila Odinga Way going towards the junction of that and Ngong Road? Some traffic as well. Valley Road will have some traffic as you then get into the city. But for most of it, we've not done too badly with traffic this morning. So yay! Let's see what happens as we get through towards the end of it. We'll talk and be here, and you will be here too. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 9:09. It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, as we get into the final conversation for this hour, necessary for us to do. We'll tell you what that is in just a minute, but we know that eyes, ears, everything glueable is glued. So let's do it in just a minute. We're speaking about connecting things. Dennis?
Like we've always said, let not your internet speeds hold you back. And we all love when we're watching our movie, no buffering, no interruptions, no lagging of the video, no changing of the channel, thinking maybe it's the channel that has a problem. If you're watching YouTube, you're on Netflix, or enjoying your TikTok videos, you want to experience fast speeds. And who's going to give this to you? Well, Safaricom has a very, very good option, and this is 5G. So how do you get this? All you need to do is just get that portable router, which is 2,999 Kenya shillings. And where can you get this? You can get this when you visit Safaricom, any Safaricom shop, or visit masoko.com, or walk into any Quickmart supermarket and make that purchase. Or you can simply dial *400# and make that connection. The beauty about this is once you get it, you can move around with it anywhere. You can drive in your car with it, enjoy speeds. You can also use it in your office. If you are at home, you can enjoy it at home. So that's the beauty of all this. So Safaricom feels good to be home.
All right, and as you build your wealth, how do you do that?
You need to just understand what is your legacy, how are you living your business, what are some of the values that you put into your business. And wealth isn't just what you earn or invest, it's what you pass on. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond the numbers. The team help you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also preserving the values you hold dear. Now, in a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not reacting, you're prepared. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained, intentional wealth. Start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth.
Fantastic. So getting into a conversation this hour, it's one that has, gripped the headlines for about a week or so, but it's not a new story, and it's one that has been there for some time. And it's not just a story, but it's an issue. Joining us this morning for that conversation, Wangui Kaniaru, I'm going to say that correctly.
Yes,
Wangui Kaniaru, good morning, is an advocate and an alumna of the Alliance Girls High School. She's joined this morning by Christine Mongai, who is a journalist, a friend, and an alumna of the Alliance Girls High School. Both of them here this morning. Ladies, karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Glad to have you here. Of course, even as we say your names and titles, everybody, of course, is just imagining what it is that we're going to speak about this morning. But before we do that, welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room. Dennis is going to share a proverb from a country in Africa. We would like to hear your interpretation of that proverb. Both of you, and tell us what you think about it. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all right.
Okay. The country we are in today is Nigeria. Nigeria, good music, good food, proper clothing.
You can think he's been there.
Movies, and we also have a good host, Ndu Okoh. You know what I mean? And so let's just go straight to the proverb today. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. How would you interpret that?
That's a very interesting proverb, especially because Alliance Girls is colloquially known as Bush.
Yes.
That is the proverb for the day. So apt. If the hyena betrays the bush, it has nowhere to hide. That's exactly right. When you betray the institution of Alliance Girls, you have nowhere to hide. Systemic dysfunction, a lack of accountability, a lack of controls, that ends now. It stops. Now I realize I'm sort of going straight, there's no warm-up, we're going straight into it. But if I also contextualize the proverb more broadly, it really speaks to loyalties, and it speaks to accountability, and it speaks to legacy. The hyena needs the bush. The bush provides shelter. The bush provides context. The bush provides security. Right? The hyena is accountable for the way it deals with that bush. If the hyena harms the bush, there are consequences attached to that. So I actually think it is a very sort of pithy analogy to where we are now. The question needs to become, who are the hyenas? Where is the harm landing in the context of this conduct? And why is it that hyenas feel they can still hide?
Christine.
Yeah.
I don't have much to add. I maybe will broaden it up a little bit more, that we all exist in context and in society. We are never just singular islands, depending on... There are no self-made people in society, right? We all depend on each other. And I think when we step out of that context and decontextualize ourselves in that way, there will be consequences. It may not be today or tomorrow, but I think we owe things to each other, and that's what this proverb is talking about. Yeah.
Amazing.
No, it's interesting. Our advocate here, with that context of Lions Girls, Bush, and then hyena, Fisi.
Bush.
And you know how we contextualize Fisi in our current situation.
Exactly.
Fits perfectly.
Yeah.
Indeed, it does. And like you said, no stretching, no warm-up. We're getting into it at this point. We'll start with you, Christine, because a couple of weeks ago, maybe not even 2 weeks ago now, then it came out into the open, the first part of this expose that you did, giving your personal experience of what happened with you while at school. There's a lot of conjecture. There's a lot of things being said. And that's why you're here, both here this morning. And giving rise to what we are still, I guess, required under a lawful process to call allegations of what happened to many girls who attended the institution of Alliance Girls over time, but by one man. So let's hear from you, Christine. What happened and why did you decide to write this story?
Okay, so my personal experience only takes up at most 10% of the story.
Yes.
90% is other people's experiences and through different generations and cohorts of students. Starting from the early 2000s when I joined all the way to the 2020s where we are right now. So the story is basically a deep dive investigation that took me about 4 years to put together, that describes patterns of what I would call very concerning behavior that are consistent over time and are reported by multiple people. So in this, as part of the story, I spoke to more than 25 former students, several former teachers, a former chaplain, just to get a sense of, what the school climate was like, and particularly this one teacher and the space that he occupied in the school. He's a history and German teacher and also the CU patron. In a school like Alliance, the CU club is the club. It's a huge deal. The Christian culture and background of the school is extremely important to the institutional culture. It's a school that was started by missionaries and takes that Christian aspect extremely seriously, which means that the CU patron has not just a formal position, but also a lot of social power in the school.
Yep.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
What happened?
Yeah. I can talk about my own experience that is mirrored throughout these accounts that I gathered. A teacher who was very charismatic, very well-liked, I would say, generally speaking, at least even during our time. Friendly with the students, could have conversations outside academics. One of them described him as being a slice of home away from home.
Wow.
Which is really, important in a boarding school environment. Kids are homesick. And this is the kind of person who you could have that kind of relationship with.
Yes.
But either while in school or just after school, some emotional entanglement. The teacher getting close to the students in a way that raises some questions, and then that behavior crossing into physical or sexual relationships. And this pattern, like I said, consistent, over the time that I looked into, with multiple accounts describing the same thing, similar patterns.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can ask it openly and plainly, Christine. Did he get into what would be an abusive relationship with you, being a child at the time while you were at school? Did you experience that?
So while I was at school, I would say that we had a very good relationship. I wouldn't say that it crossed any boundaries. He was just a really friendly, amazing mentor, someone we all looked up to, and personally was an important person in my life that shaped my character and was the kind of, when you're asked to write the composition of my best teacher kind of thing. Yeah, it would be him, and he embodied those qualities. But soon after high school, while I was 19 years old at the time, so I was just in my first year of campus. At the time, I was, just after high school, I started attending his church. So I was still in contact with him right after school, continuously, even after.
You say his church? The church that he attended?
The church that his father founded.
Okay.
Yes, so he's the son of a pastor.
Okay.
And yeah. So myself and a few of my classmates were part of that church community as well, which means that after school, I would say that we were still in each other's lives. I would still see him at church every single Sunday. And because we were from Alliance, we were quickly given leadership positions in the youth ministry, which means that we were still kind of having this prominent responsibilities. And when I was 19, I had an encounter with him that really destabilized me. It was a physical encounter that I did not solicit, that left me feeling like the world had crumbled around me, like a rug had been pulled under my feet, because it was very unexpected. It was not in context. There was nothing in our relationship that was leading us there. It felt exploitative. It was really hurtful. And I start with that in the story. But I would say that in the years after that, I did not feel like I had anywhere to go to report this or to do anything about it, mostly because of his image, the image that he had created, that everyone knew him to be this very upright, very righteous person who was on everyone's pedestal, right? And so, I took my time to move on, I would say, to heal, to move on, and life moved on. I grew up, became a
This
proper...
is after that encounter? That's when you decided to move on?
Yes. And then, I became an adult, became a journalist, life moved on. But later on, this is 12 years after that incident, when I started being more active with the alumni community at Alliance and like getting to know the younger alumni especially, I started hearing stories from them. And this is not one or two or three people. This is independently of each other, bringing up what seems like this whole pattern just intensified over time. And they reported much, much more troubling things than what I had seen or even what I had experienced.
Did these come up in conversation, or did you request for information?
In conversation. I never... In all honesty, I never solicited these stories at all. I was in spaces as an alumni, I was introduced to younger ex-Busharians. I was asked to mentor them. Some of them were, journalists studying communication, and that's how I got introduced to them. This is someone who looks up to you as a journalist. Maybe you can, support them, encourage them, etc. It was really casual relationships that the baseline was just our shared background as alumni of Alliance Girls. But they would bring up this teacher, and I was really surprised. Like, we were not even talking about him or about anything specifically about the school, but this kept coming up. I remember in 2018, there was one alumni who put up a post about a teacher who had molested her while she was in school at Alliance, and she named this teacher's, the subject that this teacher was teaching, an English teacher. And in the comments, people started everyone was really shocked, but also they started hinting that this is what happened is not an isolated thing, that there is a teacher who someone should look into. Several comments said that, and I recognized some of those names, and some of them were not even known to me. So I actually DM'd one of the commenters. This is a girl who was many years after me in school, so I didn't even know her personally. And I said, there's something about what you've said. Do you feel comfortable to tell me who this teacher is? Because remember, at this point, I had rumors from others, right? Or rather, their stories from other people. And she DM'd me immediately and she named him. This is what I'm saying. Like, this story kept coming to me from different quarters, repeatedly over many years. And eventually, when I watched what alumni were trying to do to address the culture of what came across as institutional failures at the school, I saw how those initiatives failed, and I outline it in the story. One of them tried to start what she called a Big Sisters Club, where alumni would, her idea was that alumni would come and talk to the girls about healthy relationships, about boundaries, how do you know you're being groomed, how is a teacher supposed to act towards you, what's a red flag, kind of thing. But how that initiative was just quietly suppressed at the school, and how disappointed she felt that she wasn't able to do much. And then in 2021, it even became kind of a bigger failure, because there were two credible accounts of young students who had just finished at Alliance. They were between the ages of 18 and 20. And they were in sexual relationships with this teacher.
Full-blown sexual
Yes, after being like very kind of, what can I say? After being in spaces with him all through their schooling life. You know, they were captains, they were leaders of the clubs that he was patron in, and then these stories were reported to this church community that I'm talking about, but really there was no serious accountability that happened. So what I'm saying is that in that community, this was a story that was, you know, followed the institutional channels. Report this to the pastor. The church structure will do this and this. But that's not what happened. And so I'm here witnessing, not only hearing multiple accounts of the same pattern of behavior, but also witnessing 2 failed attempts at accountability. And in the end, that's when I made the decision to pursue this as a formal journalistic investigation. And all these people who had told me these stories, I interviewed them afresh, now formally, properly, to be part of the story. Yeah,
we'll come to that a little bit more. I want to hear from Wangui. Did you know, did you hear, were you affected by this in any way?
During my academic career or beyond?
Or beyond.
Well, I think the question of did I hear and was I affected? I heard about this story in terms of the extent and breadth of it through the expose. And then I had the story behind the expose, which was that the school had been notified. The principal and the board of management had been notified about 3 months before the story broke, and had asked for some time to look into the situation. And had been given a right of reply regarding the facts or the disclosures in the article, and had said nothing by the time the article was being published.
3 months, didn't respond?
Correct. And so the question for me began to, the thing that I zoomed in on was, why the silence? What is happening? We are becoming aware of this as outsiders to the institution when the story breaks and it is live. You apparently had been informed about this story at least 3 months before it broke. And so the question for me became a twofold question. Were you aware of what had been going on in this institution over this period of time? Now, there are 2 possible answers to that question. Yes, you were aware. And so the question then becomes, if you were aware, what did you do about it? And why did the interventions that were made fail to stop this? If the answer is no, why were you not aware? Why were there no systems for reporting? Why was there no accountability for investigating? And why was there no boundary imposed for protection of students? So that's what I was trying to wrap my mind around. Because the institution that I went to school in was an institution where if I felt unsafe to the extent that had been disclosed in this article, I would have been able to speak to somebody. I would have been able to speak to my class teacher. I would have been able to speak to my house mistress. I would have spoken to my parents. And something would have changed. So the idea that there's an institutional silence and the idea that it seems there's an accountability failure was something I was trying to wrap my mind around. And so just picking up on some of the things that Christine has described as her experience and the experiences that are described in the stories that she ended up hearing over time, I think the thing that I find particularly striking is, first of all, having joined his church and continued in a youth leadership position under his authority, she was still in an authority relationship with this teacher at the time when he initiated sexual contact with her. And under the Sexual Offences Act, there is an offence of abuse of authority. And that offense of abuse of authority actually puts teachers in a special category of adult. Teachers specifically are given a higher duty because they have a special responsibility because of the position of authority and control they hold over students. There is no statute of limitation on crimes under the Sexual Offences Act.
Okay. Statute of limitations, just for, we're saying that there's no time.
There's no time limit.
Right.
There is no time limit.
Yeah.
The accountability that would happen in such a situation is still current. One other thing, just to be clear, is the idea of vulnerability. Because I think, Christine, you were at Alliance from 2000 to 2003, right?
Yes.
And over the passage of time, you mentioned an intensified pattern over time in the context of the disclosures that people were making to you.
Yes.
And I was really trying to understand that. I was trying to understand what is it that seems to be making these girls become increasingly vulnerable over time. In the absence of systems, in the absence of accountability, in the absence of boundaries that are being set by people in authority over them at the school. And what I then understood was, through the stories that were coming out, that the culture of the institution has changed. It is actually unrecognizable to people who went to Alliance, right?
Can I jump in and just say one of the things that increases the vulnerability and that made me very concerned with the younger alumni is the teacher is getting older every year, but the girls remain the same age. So the relative age gap between, let's say, myself, my generation, and him was just over a decade. But by the time we're talking to alumni of 2019, you know, he's 25, 27, almost 30 years older than these girls, right? You know, and that, just the simple passage of time makes these girls more and more vulnerable. And the pattern that I outline in the story just describes how it seems that over time they became less and less empowered, but more and more harm was happening.
Christine, at the time you were 18 years old.
Yeah.
He was at least 15 years older than you?
12.
12 years older than you at the time. That was 25 years ago. That was, yes, it was 23 years ago. 2003 is when you left school?
Yes, I left school in 2003.
And you were 18 at the time.
I was 17.
You were 17 at the time.
17.
That was 22 years ago. And if he was 30 at the time?
He wasn't 30. He was
29. He's 12 years older than you. At 17, he was 29.
Yes, 29.
So 22 years from now, he's 51 today.
He's 50 right now.
So we're talking about girls who, like you said, who's still 17 years old.
Yes.
17, 16, now dealing with somebody who's 22 years older, who's doing the same thing that he was doing 22 years ago.
And I think the important thing about that, Christine, as you respond, in the context of vulnerability, is to understand what's become different over time with regard to the girls' experience of their academic careers. The number of contact hours the girls are spending in proximity to and under the oversight of their teachers has significantly increased. Contact hours are the number of hours spent in a learning context with a teacher.
Okay.
What does this mean? And I want you to understand these are girls who are 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. Okay. This is a day in the life of a student at Alliance Girls. And then I want to tell you about a week in the life of a student at Alliance Girls. And I want you to consider that this student spends 9 months of the year within the institution. A day in the life, 6 to 8 o'clock in the morning, morning prep. 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning, morning prep. And then there's parade or class meeting. 9 to 12 class, that's 3 hours. Lunch. 2 to 4 class, that's another 3 hours. 4 to 6 homework, assignments, etc. 7 p.m., 6 to 7 dinner. 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. evening classes. Those are 11 hours in the student's day that are spent in direct contact or under the direct supervision of a teacher. 11 hours a day for 5 days a week, that's 55 hours. On Saturdays, they have prep from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's 6 hours. That's 61. On Sundays, they have prep from 7 to 10:30. That's another 3 hours. So we're talking about 65 hours of contact hours, direct contact hours with a teacher or a supervising authority for these girls. To contextualize, under the Employment Act in Kenya, the standard work week for adults in employment is 40 hours. The vulnerability of students in such a context is staggering. The other thing that's changed is the definition of what it means to be an alliance girl. So I met someone at a forum who'd graduated in 2019. And afterwards, we realized we actually went to the same school. And I asked her, you know what does it mean to you when you say I went to Alliance? What did it mean to you as a student? And she said, when she was about 16 years old, it meant 3 things. 1, that she was at the Alliance Girls. 2, if she had made it there as a student, she was expected to be smart and to be able to handle hard things, handle challenges. And 3, if you are an Alliance girl, you must protect the school's name and reputation, and you must never bring shame to the institution. Now, I want to go back a step to that second point, which is if you made it here, you're expected to be smart and to handle challenges. What was interesting to me in the subsequent accounts that have been coming out following this expose by students, former students of Alliance Girls, people who are survivors and victims, is in the context of an escalating culture of punishment. Whenever a student was being punished, and punishment includes verbal abuse, humiliation, bullying, physical, corporal punishment. When any of those things were happening to a student, the first question they're asked is, what was your grade in KCPE? I am unclear how that question has any relevance to a discipline process. But zooming in on that, and this idea that if you're smart, you're able to handle hard things. So what's your grade? If you're not being able to handle hard things, the implication is you're not smart. And if you're not smart, then you don't deserve to be at the Alliance Girls, because the Alliance Girls is for the best and brightest students. So 65 hours a week of contact time with your teachers in a context where you have the potential to be subjected to verbal abuse, public humiliation, intimidation by being asked continuously, are you smart enough to be here? Are you smart enough to handle it? And if you're not handling, you're not smart. That is not the alliance we went to. That is not the alliance we went to. And when the outrage arose and students came back to the school asking questions, what I realized, what made this personal for me, is that when I say I went to Alliance and I'm asked what Alliance meant to me, it means something completely different to these students.
From what you're hearing now.
And they are then having to try and tell a story and try and call out a truth that has been rendered invisible because of a lack of systems, a lack of accountability, a lack of oversight.
Kristen, Mark, well, I have several questions, but let me just go in this particular order. This teacher and all these girls that you've been talking to, because you said you are in groups or you are engaging younger alumni, how far back, in terms of tracing these stories, do you go? How far back? Are we talking about 20 years?
So the accounts that I was able to corroborate that I included in the story begin in 2006, 2007. The ones that I was not able to corroborate, like to get first-hand accounts, go back further than that.
And so, Wangui has given us a glimpse into, in terms of context, the hours that students are interacting with the teachers. And we all went to high schools, and it's exactly the same, I think, in most of the high schools, from prep time. But right before prep time, because this teacher was also CU patron, there is what we used to call morning glory prayers. And sometimes you also have the same prayers in the evening. I'm curious to understand the spaces of vulnerability, because once you are in a class session, it's very difficult for a teacher, maybe they would, to make certain advances. In what spaces was this teacher choosing to then target the girls? Because there is what was happening in school, there is then what was happening in his father's church. So you move from school, you're out of school, you join and connect with the youth ministry in church, and the cycle continues. So what spaces was he picking? Because when you look at the character of predators, they're not stupid people, they're smart, and they will know which and what times and places to then make their wicked moves. In your experience, and from the girls that you're talking to, what exactly was happening? How was he selecting these places?
So I'm just going to zoom in on the CU and on the drama club and describe what those two spaces were like. Starting with morning devotion, like you said, when I was a student, there was no morning devotion until I was in fourth form. And it's this teacher, Peter Hiro, who started morning devotion at Alliance.
And he was the one who would preach in that morning devotion?
Yes, he would pray and he would lead the morning devotion from 6 to 6:30. That was in our time.
That was every day?
That was every weekday. Before then, there was no morning devotion. Okay. And then with CU, we had CU on Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday CU was more like Saturday evening. It was more of like an internal CU led by the students themselves, a bit more intimate. We never used to have like external guests or external preachers during that CU, and it was about 2.5 hours on Saturday evening.
Call it weekend challenge.
Yeah, and then the Sunday CU was on Sunday afternoon from 4:30 from Sunday afternoon. And that one used to be a bit more dynamic, a bit more vibrant. External groups would come, the usual ministries that K Crew, Sitam, the rest. We would invite different churches and different youth ministers to come. And essentially that was, I would say, this is what I say about like CU specifically. And to some extent the drama club as well. Those are spaces that are very formative to young people and teenagers specifically. It's not like Sunday school when you are a young kid. Sunday school is just about stories and coloring and games. But as an adolescent, you're actually self-introspecting a lot and developing your identity. And CU is a space where there's a lot of that like shaping of who you are and who you're going to be. It's what I call a liminal space in the sense of like things are malleable there, because of the nature of the interaction there. It's a spiritual thing. You're also spiritually and emotionally open. You're vulnerable. Drama is another space that encourages children and adolescents specifically to take risks, to step into new spaces, to take on characters and to do hard things, like you're saying, to get over fear of public speaking, of being in the limelight, of taking a role. So it's also, drama is a space that is also kind of makes adolescents malleable in some sense, because you're already like open to experiences and to kind of stepping into fear and overcoming challenges. So I think those two arenas specifically, because of their inherent kind of vulnerability, there are spaces that are associated with personal growth, with shaping identity.
And he was there.
He was the patron. He was the patron.
To give you
correct.
Guidance.
Correct.
Okay.
He was the patron of both clubs.
So sorry, I want us to take a break. A quick one. We'll come back because we want to start looking into. I know that Dennis has a question around that. We continue this conversation. Likelihood that we might go just a little bit over today because I think it's necessary that we do. Lydia, I'm waiting for your permissions, but I think we will. Let's take a break and come back and look at a little bit more. We're talking this morning with Christina Wangui, and we're looking at these issues around what happened with younger girls, older girls, and then what is being done about it. And the big question of why did it take so long for it to come out in a public manner? We'll come back and look at that when we come back from this break. Don't go away at 9:45.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom home plan.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes, and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Coming back, and we're continuing this conversation at this hour. Christina Nyamweya here, former alumna of, rather not former, but alumna of the Aga Khan. Actually, Aga Khan. I'm reading Aga Khan. What is happening? The Alliance Girls High School. I think my brain is a little bit, besotted with all of this. And we look at these happenings over time. And we had a bit of a troubling conversation the other day around this issue as well. And one of the things that came out in a different context, of course, but still kind of relevant to this, is that these things happened today. They are traumatic, even if they happened 10 years ago, even if they happened 50 years ago, at a time where a girl is impressionable and vulnerable. It happened, it has an effect. Christine, it happened to you 22 years ago. 22 years ago, not to the extent that it may have happened with others, but you still remember it today. Mm-hmm. It has affected you to date. Mm. So the question comes that, why did it take so long for it to come out in such a public manner that it did? And I know I'm going to come to Dennis in just a bit. Sorry.
Okay. So the question of why now? Why is this coming out now? First of all, there's the aspect of it's not coming out now. Mm. It came out earlier in several other contexts, but the institutions that were supposed to address this did not. Mm. So that's number one. But secondly, that question, why now? It's, the truth is sometimes time is needed. Time is needed for the confusion to clear, for trust to be rebuilt elsewhere. For example, in my relationships with these younger alumni, sometimes time is needed for someone to just come and ask the right question. And I think that's what happened here. Sometimes it's just that they needed time to realize that they were not alone.
Okay.
Yeah. And they needed time to figure out where their story stands when someone else speaks. I keep saying that this is a pattern. It's not really about my experience specifically, but I'm just part of a much bigger story here. And to be honest, there's no perfect time to name a violation. The time comes when silence becomes a burden that's too heavy to carry. And I think that's what happened here.
So here's a question of things that I've picked up so far. A slice of home away from home, that represents trust that students had to this specific teacher. Then there is the institution that is mandated the responsibility of taking care of these of the students in the school. And at that point, when this was reported, the institution did not act. You look at her description of Bush during her time and the youngins right now, it's completely, totally different. Ask the question of systemic failure. And has Bush let down the students who have trusted the institution to take care of them?
Okay. That's a very interesting question, and I'm glad you've asked it, because there are layers, we're peeling an onion, and there are a number of layers. So one is the idea that schools need to have systems. And one of those systems is a disciplinary framework. And the purpose of a disciplinary framework is to enable a conducive learning environment. Now, there's been, coming back to the three formational ideas that students at Alliance Girls have in the recent past as what it means to be at Alliance. If you made it here, you're expected to be smart and to deal with hard things. And then, because you are here, you must protect the school's name and reputation. Now, one of the hard things that students are then dealing with is this idea of discipline. There's an unholy trinity of facts that define the contextual experience of students that then lend themselves to abuses of institutional power. And this is the unholy trinity. Alliance is a brand. You want to be able to come there and say, I went to Alliance. That brand is pegged on excellence. Excellence is defined by academic performance. Academic performance is defined by discipline. Therefore, you will have a disciplinary structure that has increasingly intensive command and control elements, because people who are disciplined are people who perform. So, you have this brand, you have this reputation for excellence. That reputation is defined by a grade. That grade is promoted by discipline. So the question becomes, what is the disciplinary structure in the school? And, several students have mentioned a disciplinary structure that is problematic. It is problematic because there are no systems of accountability, apparently, for teacher conduct. So there's significant accountability imposed on students for their conduct, but very little for teachers. What does that mean? Practical example, excessive use of force in the context of discipline, verbal humiliation, psychological bullying in the context of discipline, intimidation in the context.
This is coming from teachers?
This is coming from teachers.
Even the bullying?
Yes, that's what students are saying. And students then say, and these are former students, they then say, verbal abuse is normal. I'm accustomed to being verbally abused. If I don't understand a concept, I'm accustomed to being told I'm stupid. And this for someone who's told, if you made it here, you're expected to be smart. So this feedback loop in the context of that kind of discipline is really a silencing mechanism. I'm not smart enough. I don't have a right to speak up. Right? Brand, academics, discipline. It's very easy to use these elements to execute a strategy in the context of a lack of institutional accountability. That's, it's an acronym, DARVO, D-A-R-V-O. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. So deny. This is the alliance. What do you mean? Such things would never happen. And of course, when you say that, alumni agree. Those things never happened in my time. So if I say hand on heart, it would never happen that a teacher could come and say they're a slice of home away from home and, make you feel uncomfortable and there's no one to talk to. That would never happen in my time. Except now, the person who I'm supposed to talk to, who's my class teacher, is as likely as not to physically punish me, verbally abuse me, psychologically intimidate me in routine matters. How much more so if I am expressing a concern about another teacher's conduct?
Okay, so ladies, what we're saying here essentially is that there is no reporting, from what we are seeing now, there's no reporting mechanism where something as dangerous as this is happening for girls between the age, because I've seen them, the young, 12 and 19 at school, can go and report and say, this is happening to me, with the expectation that something will be done about it. Just received a text from somebody this morning. She tells me, I was a board member at Alliance, and I'm reading this quote. She said, for 5 years, none of these teachers brought the matters to the board. None, ever. Board members need to be parents in school to bridge the gap between admin and girls. So never was this heard at a supervisory level from anybody, ever. So what you're saying is that there is no mechanism where these girls, these students, can report to a teacher with the expectation that this will be carried forward and something done about it?
That is what seems to be the case, and that's why we're asking what's happening with the systems, right? Now, so that's denial. Let's talk about attack and reverse victim and offender. These girls are supposed to be smart. They're supposed to be able to deal with hard things. And so there's a shaming that comes when you're a person who's seemingly not being able to deal with hard things, right? And there's not a confidential process for talking about challenges, struggles, issues. There's a guidance and counseling function, but it is not clear why students feel unsafe when they go to report guidance and counseling issues. And part of the answer to that question is those reports are not necessarily confidential. And part of the problem of that situation as well is the people who are supposed to be accountable for having a system of redress seem not to be redressing the actual issue. Right?
Okay.
And so there's unaccountability for authority figures, but maximum accountability for students. In that kind of a conversation space, there is no safe mechanism for self-disclosure. There is no safe space for accountability. When parents raise concerns, we're reversing the victim and offender. This institution is an institution that's focused on excellence. Excellence is academic performance. Academic performance comes through discipline. You're asking for too much to say, or you're making too much of a mountain out of a molehill when you say students are being verbally abused and intimidated. If they were smart, they'd be able to deal with challenges.
Oh, there we go. Because you're smart, you should deal with challenges, and that was the MO that you should carry in your mind.
Correct.
Okay.
And because, so if you're raising issues arising out of disciplinary contexts, that means you're indisciplined, right? That's the implication. You're an indisciplined person because the disciplined people are performing well academically. Okay. So it's a completely toxic mix. And that is why, from an accountability perspective, for us outside the school, we were saying, if there's a disciplinary framework which is intended to produce a safe learning and conducive learning environment, what are the systems? What are the standards? What ways can students raise issues or concerns about conduct of teachers? And when those issues and concerns are raised, who is notified about those issues, whether at a parental level or at a board level? How are those issues investigated and resolved? And is there a clear way for students to do this without victimization? Is there a clear way for parents to do this without fearing their learners will be victimized? And if the answer to that question is no, why not?
So, Christine.
Yep.
Because Wangui is talking about accountability.
Yep.
And it's easy because of how the story then has unfolded. It's easy then to say we were not aware, we were not told, we didn't know. And so from the conversations you've had with these girls, who do they report to about these violations? Did they speak to another teacher? Did they raise this with the school principal? Who do they raise these issues with? Or they just kept it to themselves?
Well, let me talk about the first-hand accounts that I gathered. Most of them kept it to themselves or shared it with their friends. one of the girls in the account, so I just want to talk about the kind of incidences that I outlined. There were 6 first-hand accounts that I outlined. 4 of them are talking, outline physical or sexual relationships that are initiated soon after school by this teacher. But 2 of them actually are physical violations that happened while they were still students. One of them reports the teacher kissing her while she was still a student, and the other one reports groping, like underclothes. Yeah, and one of these girls said that I didn't feel like I could tell anyone about this, and she says specifically there was no female teacher who felt safe enough. They all either hated him or feared him, and I felt like this would blow back on me, and I would be the one in trouble. And this is something that the girls say consistently, where that's number one. It's that they never felt like they had any kind of recourse, right? Because a lot of times, institutions are not just built on procedures and what is laid down. It's also about trust and how safe people feel, right? That's number one. Number 2 is that this is a teacher who had a very high public profile in the school as the most righteous, most upright, most, other teachers are, question mark. But me, this one, never. You get? So this is the person who had the image of being above reproach. You understand how psychologically damaging it is for that very same teacher who 1 week ago at CU was talking about sexual purity, how flee immorality, telling you the Bible verses of all these things. That's the same person who is doing this. You understand how it creates so much cognitive dissonance that it's almost impossible to bridge that. Then the last thing is that these are adolescents, right? Adolescents are children, but getting into adulthood into themselves, right? But teenage girls in particular, the way we raise teenagers and girls in particular is a lot of times we silence them and we discredit what they're saying and make them the problem. Culturally and societally, it's like, you are the one who brought this upon yourself, right? And this is the messaging that they get. One of the girls that I quote in the story said that there was always this messaging that teenage girls are not that innocent and that they're inviting this and they're treated as like they're already guilty of something. If this happens to you, the question is not, why is this man doing this to me? The question is, what did I do to make him see me this way? And you see how that's already like girls are socialized to preemptively take the blame. And I think ultimately this is what happened here. And it's only when they got older and stepped more into their voice and also were able to realize that theirs was not an isolated incident. It's very interesting that all these girls I'm speaking to believed that it was just an isolated incident.
That it was just them.
Yes. I mean, like for some of them, they had quote unquote the rumors, but nothing had really been substantiated. But by the time they are in this encounter with this teacher, for many of them, for years and years believed that it was an isolated incident. It was just only them. And even for them, as they read the story, is when they came to realize that, hey, this was a pattern.
So was there a feeling that Mr. Ayuro at the time was being protected by the institution?
Not only a feeling, he would also say it explicitly. In the story, I outline how he would say, the reason why I have this much freedom in this school is because the principal trusts me.
You even had a house in school? He was living in school?
Yes, which is fairly routine for teachers.
Yes.
I mean, they have teachers' quarters. Yes, he was living in school and had a house there.
But were there incidents when he would invite students to his house?
So I haven't gathered personally. I haven't gathered any accounts of him taking students to his house in school while they were students. But after KCSE, after they graduated, while he was still an authority figure and in contact with them, yes, this is after school.
And I think just picking up on that and then shifting into the point that Christine has made, which is really important about trust. You see, the school has systems and it has processes. When students come back to school for events that are intended to have them formally interact with former students, there's a process for their accommodation. The school has a guest house. The process and the practice ought to be that if a patron of a club or a society says that he's invited former students to the school, he or she has invited former students to the school for an event that might require them to stay overnight, he asks the deputy principal in charge of administration and discipline for the availability of the facility, and then arrangements are made for their food, for their accommodation, for everything. There is no reason in policy or in fact for former students to be coming back to the school and staying overnight in a teacher's house, particularly a male teacher's house. And this happened more than once, as per the accounts in the article. So
very, very, very normalized.
It was completely normalized.
Yeah.
So again, when this idea that he was explicitly saying, "I am, invulnerable," and then by his actions showing that standard policies and procedures that should apply as a matter of conduct are not applying to him, it seems inconceivable to me. Or if it is the case, then there is in fact a case to answer for a lack of...
Because, just following on your train of thought, because I remember where I went to school, you have the teacher's quarters.
Correct.
So this teacher is not in isolation.
Correct.
His house is not in isolation.
Yeah. Correct.
It's just right next to another teacher's house.
Yes. Yeah.
When these girls, whom the teachers taught now when they leave school,
Yes.
when these girls start coming back and they are staying with him or visiting in his house, the other teachers obviously will notice from the gate, from
absolutely.
the security.
I talked to several teachers and all of them confirm what you're saying.
That they knew this was going on.
Yes, they saw it happening. They saw girls coming in and out of his house. I mean, this was happening with the apparent sanction of the school. Imagine a situation where, like, tomorrow is Form 4 mentorship day, and Mr. Iro has taken charge of the event, and and everyone knows, like, he's going to invite old girls to come. You understand? And the whole day's program is packed, and the girls sleep at his house, and they do it on Saturday and on Sunday, and then they leave. Like, this was just openly sanctioned. Yeah, it wasn't. This is why in part 2, I take a lot of paragraphs to explain that this was happening with the apparent sanction of the administration. The girls were not sneaking around when they were coming to his house.
Because I can imagine
they were coming as a group.
Because, Christine, for other things, I mean, we're talking about discipline so strict that you couldn't be caught walking in a certain part of the school at a certain time of day. Walking.
Yeah.
You had to be in a particular area.
Yeah.
So you would imagine that for you to be walking in and out of a teacher's house, then that was within the knowledge and
there's an explicit
of someone else.
There's an explicit rule in what passes for the rules of the institution at this stage, because when we asked, is there a disciplinary handbook? Are there clear guidelines of expectations of conduct between learners and teachers? Are there clear guidelines for conduct of patrons of clubs? Is there a clear way that a student can know what is appropriate or not appropriate in the context of a patron's actions? And if a patron does something that is inappropriate, is there a mechanism and a process by which a student can raise this issue? And if the issue is raised and it is investigated, is there a mechanism by which a patron can be removed or sanctioned for failure to comply?
Sure.
No answers to any of those questions. But what passes as the rules of the school explicitly says that students are forbidden from accessing staff quarters.
Okay.
But it doesn't say anything about
staff accessing
students.
Yeah.
Obviously, the situation grows longer this morning because we're looking into this issue. So we're probably going to go another 10 or 15 minutes or so just to be able to flesh this out a little bit. Because then we get to the place where there was a court order. So the particular story or this being coming out into the public then was... Who sought that court order?
So Peter Iro sought that court order against me.
Why?
John Allen Namu and Africa Uncensored. So we approached him for comment, his right of reply. As you know, responsible journalism, when you are mentioning someone adversely, you give them a chance to comment and, enough information to understand what the allegations and the story is going to be about. So John Allen called him on the 2nd of May that was a Friday, and on the 5th of May, which was a Monday, is when he had filed the court papers to block the story from being published, and we received the court injunction the next day on the 6th of May, which blocked us from publishing the story until we had an inter-parties hearing, and the hearing was scheduled for the end of May, which means we were gagged for those 3 weeks. At the inter-parties hearing, the magistrate asked both sides to send the affidavits and all the evidence that would constitute each person's side. And she said that she would make a ruling on whether the injunction should remain or be lifted. She would make a ruling on the 4th of July. At this point, his lawyers asked that the injunction remain until the 4th of July, and the magistrate agreed, which means that this story was gagged from the beginning of May until the 4th of July, when the magistrate ruled in our favor. In her ruling, she mentioned that the mere existence of multiple corroborating accounts means that the story is in the public interest. And specifically, she talked about Article 53 of the Constitution, the best interest of the child. She said it's in the best interest of the child to live in a safe and healthy environment, and that this story is important to go out because it raises serious concerns of public interest, and specifically because this teacher is in a position of authority over minors. And that was her justification for lifting the injunction. And that's how we were able to publish the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's look at it from a legal point of view as well. We're looking at it from a former student's point of view, but here we are seeing certain things happening that the PS in the Ministry of Education, Bonabitok, has said he should be interdicted, he should be arrested, that we should not be having any other kind of conversation apart from this at this point. That is what ought to happen. So there's that, but then there's also this which has come out repetitively, that the teachers at the school were aware of what was happening, but they, for whatever reason, I mean, we're getting these messages every day of the reasons as to why they would not mention this in a public manner or why they would not take it up. And also the decision that the school made to retain him even in light of all these things that were happening. So those three things. And then the final one then would be, for this particular teacher now, with all that has come out, where is he and what would need to be done?
These are all really important questions. Now, first of all, I think it's important to contextualize a couple of things and pick up what Christine had said as well. What is the purpose of the story? The purpose of the story was to highlight patterns and apparent systemic failures and invite questions and scrutiny, because attempts at resolution internally had failed. Systems and processes that were supposed to safeguard, provide oversight, provide accountability had not worked. Now, there's a difference between an interdiction of a teacher and a prosecution of a criminal process and an ultimate reckoning. The TSC has been made aware of the situation. The TSC had been conducting an investigation. The acting CEO of the TSC indicated he had been interdicted. And so there's an employment process that is being followed. There's been an investigation. There will be a hearing. As part of that hearing, there will be reliance on testimony from people who have information that will assist with the investigation. And so part of what has been happening and part of what we're encouraging to happen is that people with knowledge of the situation that can provide context, that can provide insight, that can provide corroboration, whether for the students, whether for the institution, whether for him, should come forward. And this is actually a time to call out former administrators, teachers, people who are in positions of authority, who saw, who knew, who understood, to stand with Alliance. Girls say they went to Alliance. It's time for teachers, people in authority, people who were the adults in the room when these things were happening, to stand up and say, I stand with Alliance. And it's important to understand that standing with Alliance means protecting the girls. To protect the girls is to protect the institution, because the girls are the institution. And as soon as you see a contradiction between those two facts, you are looking to evade accountability. So that's one thing. The TSC investigation and process will run its course. There will then be a determination of what applicable penalty would apply, everything from mere suspension to dismissal. if it is anything less than a dismissal, there will be a case to answer for whether a process has been followed that promotes accountability. On the criminal side, right, a couple of myths to debunk. So one is there is no statute of limitation on a criminal offense. The nature of the offense and the nature of the sanctions of the offense are significant in that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he's 99 years old when he is charged. There will be a reckoning. Second, whilst the standard for criminal conviction is beyond reasonable doubt, the nature of the elements of the offense vary and require people to come forward in order for an investigation to be undertaken. There are active steps going on right now for legal counsel to be retained to enable survivors and victims to come forward and be represented, even as they provide information that can create the grounds for charging criminal offenses. And those criminal offenses include, under the Children's Act, the offense of grooming. Now, there's been, I think, some public disinformation that suggests that grooming is just this, elitist word that is being used by people who went to Alliance to describe, bad behavior by students who did bad things and are now coming without shame and being uncouth and talking about things. That is not the case. So grooming is in fact an offense under the Children's Act. It is soliciting sexual contact with a child or a minor using electronic means. And we do have former students who've come forward and said that they were acts of solicitation from teachers using electronic means, using phones and other things. We encourage people who had those kinds of experience to speak up. Because those are criminal offenses. And people wonder, what's the big deal that your teacher, would allow you to use his phone? Your teacher would from time to time be a source of home away from home and, a source of safety. The problem with that is when teachers then turn around and say those are investments. Those are not things that are being done for free.
So, Okili,
sorry, and just to, if I may, so there's no statute of limitation on offences. Sexual offences, under the Sexual Offences Act, abuse of authority is an offence. It can be established that abuse of authority happens by teachers because they're in a special position regarding children who are particularly vulnerable. And so those processes will follow as complainants come forward and as charges are made, then there will be an arrest. And when arrest happens, then there will be a process through which prosecution will occur. So those are the two sort of steps. Yeah. And on accountability and so on, the key things are systems. Reporting systems that are confidential, that are secure, investigative processes that actually believe students when they raise issues and do not turn them into offenses by denying and then attacking and reversing the victim and the offender. There need to be clear procedures that enable all stakeholders to come forward. And it's important to note in the context of intimidation, if even teachers felt intimidated, how much more so students? And that intimidation needs to be unpacked, it needs to be explained, because that then goes back to oversight and clear boundaries.
One of the girls that I interviewed said this, how would the teachers expect a student to take a risk that they themselves were not willing to take?
Exactly.
And Okili, on the same, the teachers who were aware of this and chose to stay silent, people are saying they're equally accomplices to an offense that happens in school. What's your position on that? As well as just, do you feel like you're let down by the institution as former students?
I'll assume that the last question is rhetorical. But I'll come back to you. The issue of secondary liability and culpability is precisely where we're saying, not just in the alliance context, but nationally, there needs to be an urgent and critical conversation about safeguarding mechanisms, about accountability and reporting structures, and about a multi-agency approach to protection of students in educational institutions. Right now, if a person wants to be believed and wants to be protected, they'll need to go to the TSC to initiate a process as an employer. They'll need to go to the police to report an offence as a crime. They may need to go to the Child Welfare Services to report an issue because they're minors. All of these steps are opaque, they're confusing, they take a really long time. And in that context, the process or the acts of intimidation against students who are indisciplined because they allowed these things to happen to them intimidation against teachers who are bringing the institution into disrepute, intimidation by administrators and by boards against people who report because, they're making institutions look bad. All these things make it very, very difficult for children to be protected in schools where they're the most vulnerable. So there needs to be a system change. And ultimately, from an oversight and a safety perspective, there need to be clear guidelines. It is not enough for the balance of power to always be on the side of the teacher, where a student has to prove that the teacher did something that made them feel unsafe, and the person who determines whether that thing amounts to a lack of safety for the student is the teacher.
It's the teacher. There's a lot going on, and our time is short. We're going to do one last question to you, Christine, and that is we see that with the accompanying documentation of this expose, of these stories, is that you're asking for more who have stories or experiences, I'm not going to call them stories, they're experiences, to come forward. Does that mean that there will be more stories in the public about this, even while, whatever processes for responsibility and accountability are taking place?
Yeah, like I said, this is part of an ongoing investigation. By that I mean that the work doesn't just end when we hit publish, and then it went viral, and then now we can say, great story, it's done. The full extent of these patterns of abuse is still not known, not only at Alliance, but in so many other schools around the country, which is why we are still gathering accounts, and a lot of people have written, emails of their experiences, very heartbreaking stories, and like Wangui said, the TSC investigation is ongoing, and these accounts are all important in building a picture to truly understand the extent of what happened, not just at Alliance, but what continues to happen in so many educational institutions around the country. Yeah.
Thank you for doing this. Thank you for being here in the room this morning. And I know you have one last thing.
Yes. Yes. I think Dennis asked the question, am I disappointed in the institution? And I want to say unequivocally, yes. And I want to say also unequivocally that we need to recognize that this is a turning point in terms of institutional accountability in three ways. One is no institution, no matter how prestigious, is above the law. The second is no teacher, no matter how charismatic, is above accountability. And the third is no student must ever be made to feel that it is their fault that the adults in the room have decided not to protect them.
Absolutely.
It stops now.
It stops now.
Stops now.
Wangui Kanyaru, advocate and Alliance Girls High School alumna, Christine Mungai, journalist, as well as an Alliance Girl High School alumna who started to give these experiences through these stories. And like you said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more going on, and it's not just at Alliance, it's at other schools. That this be the breaking point where we start to talk about these things in the open and protect our children amongst the most vulnerable in societies. And that's why we have those conversations that we do in this room, to be able to do that. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for your courage, and thank you for your zeal. We ask that it doesn't stop. Thank you. And allowing us to do this for 25 extra minutes today. It was well worth it, but necessary to do. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
25 past 10 o'clock. Good morning. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing.